don't you tell me who's on the phone?
Alright. We are in the Whiteboy summer now, boys. And I'm absolutely enthralled. Because bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. We are ready to rock. And it truly is Whiteboy summer after all. And I'm fucking enthralled for it. Oh yeah. It is truly my summer, my era. So if you don't know, we recently had the Game Show Awards released. So the new Summer Game Fest released. And we apparently have some pretty decent games on the up and up. All up to Solar Blade. And I'm loving the new chick Eevee. Though I will be real, Lily Artemis still has my heart in terms of Solar Blade's characters. We got some roadmaps for the James Bond First Light game, which I'm pretty happy to see. And Forza seems to be doing pretty well right now. Resident Evil Code Veronica! I mean, remastered. And I'm ready to continue Redfield Bloodline, if you will. But Whiteboy summer. Yeah, it's our summer, boys. It is our summer now. It is our summer. It is our summer of the Whiteboy. We got a lot of stuff coming up tonight. I'm very happy to have anyone come on board stream today because it's gonna be loaded. It is gonna be loaded. It's gonna be pretty hectic, bit depressing, bit happy, bit dark, bit edgy. Who fucking knows? It's gonna be a whole mess of things. This is my Whiteboy summer. Now, Oh, even Jake Monroe did it. Goth Daddy, apparently. Fuck yeah. That's my boy. I mean, I'm shocked that, my boy Jake, is that my boy Jake Monroe never, would be shocked to be using the word Whiteboy Summer, but here we are. I think what we're gonna do is it is gonna be a React starting stream because, you know, I mean, my channel has a lot of React content on it. I'd be making a lot more videos starting stream because, you know, oh, sorry about that. Though, that being said, just check some gain here, modify this up. Bingo. Okay, that's better. So, stream tonight is gonna be, a mix, if you will. Hang on, I gotta get my boy Henry West to follow, so whenever he goes live again, because Henry West is a king. It's gonna be a rather interesting stream tonight. Now, Count Dankula released a brand new video. And this video is a topic that many people don't, I mean, a lot of people get into, but don't really understand the depths of it. Because when people think about lost media, it's rather unfortunate that a lot of lost media that is, well, I guess fortunate to make it a more palatable, interesting hobby, if you will. A lot of lost media that people would be interested in would be, you know, lost media like TV shows or old animations, old YouTube videos, typically innate stuff. A lot of nostalgia mainly, or that one thing from childhood you just can't get out of your brain that you know you saw somewhere, but you don't remember the name of, and you don't know how it came about, and no one knows what else it is, and it becomes like a giant manhunt. Usually it's cutesy stuff like that. However, lost media also entails media of all sorts. Now, when we talk about lost media, you have to remember that media that can also be considered lost media is often illicit to view or own. It can be. Because more often than not, evidence should be destroyed or confiscated by police force if it is a heinous crime that was caused by it. However, a lot of lost media would involve darker topics, whether it be crime. I mean, when I say crime, that's overwhelming, but you know what I mean by this. Snuff films, rape, murder, down to the worst of the worst. But for it to be considered lost, it is generally mean to be generally lost. And Count Dankula released a video on lost media. Now, based on the thumbnail alone, I bet you that what he's going to talk about is the usual darker versions of lost media. Stuff that I am aware of. Because Dankula is going to probably toe the line of, like, we want to talk about stuff that was once accessible or could have been accessible, but was not illegal to view or own, which I believe he would have done because because Dankula is smart enough to know this. Because, like, his audience will try to search shit up. He's not doing a fucking Plague Moth, who is an absolute degenerate, well, I guess you could basically say pedophile at this point. Sick fuck. Dankula is, in regards, talking about lost media that is going to be a bit hard to listen to, but stuff that is known. So, without further ado, Count Dankula, you are not allowed to view these videos, aka lost media.
It's 2 a.m. and you just got off of a long gaming session with your friends. You got a few wins, you had fun, and you're feeling satisfied with the amount of slurs that you managed to say per match.
It's a real shame, though, is that being so busy in my teenage years and adult life is that I haven't had time to even have these gaming sessions because I don't get home until 10:30, and then I stream. I stream for my channel here. And I also do video editing and video creation. And the problem is when I do most of my gaming here on stream, and I generally like single player games, though I am looking to dabble my way into Forza and actual racing games. I am a mechanic VTuber. I can tell you a lot about stuff. You guys have known my long-standing interest in, you know, cars and automotive history. The problem is, though, is that being on stream, as I have to watch my tongue, because if not, I would have been just... I mean, people just say, oh, bro, I could be a real shit talker, edgy bro on, like, the old days. No, it's like, I was one of those kids that would have been a squeaker if I had not had a mic in Modern Warfare and Halo back when I was playing at my friends' houses back when I was a child. I was like 5 or 6 when those games were on, and they had those games. I don't know how the hell they had them, but they were playing them, and I got to join in, but no microphones. But we played Xbox Live, and I learned all the slurs you could ever imagine. People just like things with, the easy to go to slurs, the ones that really hit hard and can make a whole group chimp out, if you will. But my diversity of slurs is my lexicon of slurs is quite diverse, if you will. However, being on stream, I have let a few go, but I have to be mindful that I do not do that. Not as like a business or anything, just more so of like people say you're afraid to get monetized or demonetized or banned, but it's not really the pay loss I'm worried about. It's just I just want to give some entertainment for some people, and getting constantly banned all the time and being ran off platforms, it's just not going to work like that. Sometimes you gotta be mindful and you gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. But when I get really pissed off, I can really let it go. And Jack can attest to that.
And you can finally go to bed, lie down, relax, and let the Sandman gently creep in, hoping that tonight's sleep paralysis demon is a lot hotter than the last one.
If I had a sleep paralysis demon or succubi come into my dreams, you know what I'd probably do? If a succubi, I'd probably end up killing it, because I'm not a fan of anything devil worship-wise, but I would say, though, that, if I did have a figmentation of my mind coming here, it'd have to be an older woman, and I would have to say to her, can I just talk to you for a little while? I'm a little bit exhausted. Or can we just pillow talk? I don't want any of this sexy shit. I just want to be alone for a bit. I'm tired.
But as you drift off, something stops you. Your brain starts itching like it forgot something important. You don't know what, all you get are flashes, blurs, and unknown voices. A clip that you maybe saw when you were a child.
Why? I'm starting to realize this now. Dankula has a photo of Yakub in the back. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Why again? The hell am I fumbling words today?
Some half-rotting memory from the internet's early days, buried under years of memes, trauma, and very disappointing early access launches.
Yep.
You toss and turn for hours. Then suddenly, your eyes snap open. Wide, bloodshot, and horrified. You remember it. But was it real? Did you actually see it? Was it a TV broadcast, a deleted video, a game, a voice recording, or did your brain just generate a fake
Hello,
memory?
Flame. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? So we're watching Dankula's video about lost media. And I hope it's a little bit more than just the usual schlock of lost cartoons and lost TV shows.
So you do what every single normal, healthy, and emotionally stable person would do. You grab your phone, flashbanging yourself in the process while trying to lower the light and read the time. It's 4:45 in the morning. You grab a Fanta from the fridge because it's time to do some research. One search becomes 10. 10 becomes a 4chan thread. The thread becomes an archived post from 2004 from a guy named XX Ratmolester 27XX, and then suddenly you're knee-deep in dead links, deleted accounts, missing videos, rumours, police reports, and people swearing on everything that is holy that they have also saw this video as well. Your fingers hurt from typing on the phone and you're having to retype every single word because you are fat-fingering everything.
Yep.
You realise that doing it on your PC would be much easier, but you can't get up. It's bedtime. And that would also cost you precious research time.
Now, before he gets into it, there is a piece of not really lost media, but there's something I have to wonder. There was a song used twice in King of the Hill. In Season 6, Episode 1, and I believe Season 7, Episode 1, Bobby Goes Nuts and Get Your Freak Off. And it played during the pillow fight scene in Bobby Goes Nuts, and it played in the waiting for admission for tickets during the Get Your Freak Off episode. And I'd have to play the song, but I've tried to Shazam, and I've tried many methods. And hell, I found forum posts, people asking what it is, and no one knows what that song is. I'd have to play a snippet of it sometime, but I don't know where that song comes from. It legitimately is a mystery to me, and I wanted to find out what it is, because it sounds like some sort of, like, 90s b-boy band track, and I honestly do think it's a banger to have around for, like, copyright-free music, but I don't know where it is.
You're so close, you're almost there. And now it's 8:30 a.m. You need to be at work in 20 minutes. You stink of cigarettes, and you probably pissed yourself in the process of searching for something that you've just now realised is lost forever. You accept defeat and the fact that the further that you dig, the less it feels like nostalgia and more like you opened a door that you should have left very, very closed.
The less you know, the better.
Some things aren't lost by accident. Some things are left hidden, sealed, buried, or destroyed because
for good
what's
reason.
on them wasn't funny or nostalgic or meant for public consumption.
See, the whole story and allegory he was leading up to would be the typical thing that most people would use to find cartoons or shows from when they were kids, or from their teenage years, memory held from something they saw on TV, or as a video game, or like a promo or something like that. Just something they would remember. I don't think a lot of people go out their way to find shock, horror, gore, like actual snuff videos, because I mean it's illegal first off for the most part, to look for that shit. But it's just something you remember. But the reason why Dank was probably doing this is he's going to lead into the actual dark shit that's going to be involved in this, which, hey-ho, we're here for anyways.
Too tired to remember what you were even looking for to begin with, but you are still absolutely sure that you definitely saw that video or that image before. You are absolutely certain.
Dead to rights.
But it seems to have completely vanished without a trace. So let's go through a list of videos, images, or other media that does absolutely exist or is proposed to exist, but it is kept from the public or has been destroyed because you are absolutely not allowed to see it. Lost media.
There we go. So with Dankula, as I've said many times over, doesn't matter what type of ad he has, I am going to sit through it, because this is a new video by him, and I should not steal the ad revenue from him. Absolutely, he deserves it. So use all of his codes and use all of his affiliate promos, just to give him some money.
Stop looking at my screen.
Plus, it's pretty funny too.
I take my privacy very seriously, so I don't want you, the government, or any other ne'er-do-wells looking at the websites that I visit. That's why I use Surfshark VPN, VPN or virtual private network.
Non-tank, just don't mean to shit talk Surfshark. And what I found personally is that Mulvad is the best option for a VPN for encrypted VPN services. Not the best. I mean, there's nothing truly encrypted, but if you want something that's far more safer and better, actually far more cost effective, Mulvad's the better option. Just run Mulvad.
Network encrypts your data when you're connected to the internet to hide your activity from trackers and snoops, and allows you to connect to servers all over the world. Such a service is essential on public Wi-Fi, where absolutely anyone could be watching, and Surfshark's no logs policy means that even they can't see what you're doing. So the only person who knows what pony sites I like to frequent is me. And of course, you can use
Umamasume, I hope, right?
your VPN to access the different libraries of streaming services across the globe. But did you also know that you can use it for shopping sites?
Okay.
For instance, Dick's Sporting Goods is only available in America. Which is a shame, because all of you know how much I love Dick's.
This fucking writers put this in here, didn't they?
But all I have to do is But all I have to do is set my VPN to an American server, and I can browse to my heart's content.
Ooh.
But that's not all, because Surfshark also provides an antivirus,
Nice.
which regularly scans my devices for anything nasty and notifies me if any malicious files are downloaded.
Good.
It's like ivermectin for my computer. Those ponies won't be giving me worms.
I'm sorry, what?
And the best part is that
What ponies are we talking here?
Surfshark's antivirus also prevents unwanted programs from accessing my webcam. So no one can see me pogging as Ponyville is safe.
No! Oh, Christ, his fucking writers.
So if you want to browse safely, then
And by the way,
check
Dankula's writers do mostly add, like, rights for him nowadays, and fuck, they make him say some heinous stuff.
out Surfshark and you can install it on as
I'm
many
so glad that
devices as
the Fume ad, they stopped the running gag of black licorice, because there's only so many times I wish to hear Dank say he's proudly blacked that I'm just at this point ready to just consider putting a bullhorn to my ear and just ending it all.
you want. There's no limit. And if you have any trouble, there is 24/7 customer service and a 30-day money-back guarantee available. So click the link in the description box down below or go to surfshark.com/Dankula to get an extra 4 months free at checkout. Again, that is surfshark.com/Dankula for an additional
goodness.
4 months free at the checkout. Now, if you'll excuse me,
So use this code Dankula if you are interested in Surfshark. After all this, you truly are. Use Dankula. Give Dankula his bag. Give him his just rewards. His just dessert, if you will, for all of this content.
I have some private browsing to do.
Oh no.
Now, just to be absolutely clear, today we are only going to be talking about truly lost media.
Okay, good.
As in, you cannot and probably will not ever see
And should not.
this media.
For the most part, I believe.
For example, the original tapes of the moon landing don't actually count. Because even though the original moon landing tapes were actually destroyed by NASA,
Why would you do that? I know about it. It still makes me say why would you destroy the original tapes? Is it the secrecy of how we got Apollo to the moon? So you didn't want the Soviets to cross-engineer or like reverse-engineer anything they saw from the tape? Okay, that's partially understandable. That being said, though, pardon me, that being said, this does not look good on the part
which
for NASA.
is a little bit fucking weird, to be honest, those don't count as lost media. Because you can just look up the moon landing on YouTube and watch it. Basically, if you can just do a simple Google search and you can see this stuff, then it's not considered lost media because
It ain't lost.
you can still see it. Today, we are strictly only talking about just media that does in fact exist or is proposed to exist, but it is either completely lost, or it's been destroyed, or it is purposefully kept from the public and has never been released.
Right.
So, with that out of the way,
Yeah. Here we go. Now, Steve Irwin, as many of us have known, and I think a lot of people of my generation know Steve Irwin through reruns, and his death happened when I was young. So, when I say young, I was 4 or 3 when he died. I believe it's 4, between the ages of 3 to 5 when he died. So I heard about it in kindergarten, give or take. That being said, Steve Irwin, of course, my older relatives, cousins mainly, grew up with Crocodile Hunter and were inspired by Crocodile Hunter for a lot of different things, and mainly for jokes, but also Steve Irwin was the heart the heartbeat of Australia after Crocodile Dundee, if you will. Like Crocodile Dundee was the parody joke, pseudo action hero that was more of a comedy. Steve Irwin was the real life Crocodile Dundee, but he was cool. He was real. He was a real deal. And unlike the WWF, Steve Irwin's conservation fund, I argue, was probably one of the few eco funds I'd ever have any support for, and still probably do, because they actually did stuff in the name of conservation that did not inhibit humanity's growth and progress per their nation, and didn't try to kneecap their own nation. I have genuine, like most people do, like, when you look back at his legacy, and I get a lot of stuff is also for TV. Like when he was on Conan O'Brien, for example. Conan, when he had him on and he was presenting different animals. Steve always, loved his wife dearly. And you hear him how much even she spoke it off camera, like in interviews, but when she spoke about him candidly, it was, he really, really loved me. And he was a family man too. He did all the stuff for the camera. He was a wild, high energy, high octane guy. But Steve at day's end was still a family man. So the more you read into him and what he is, and not just like giving a complete whitewash to the man's legacy as like a complete complete saint. I'm sure there are things about him that some people would throw shit fits, but I probably wouldn't care, because the man has done more with his life's legacy than anyone could ever imagine. That I could, as you know, I'm very laissez-faire about, oh no, Steve might have had some views about stuff that would be offensive. I probably would agree with him on a lot of shit if it was offensive to most people nowadays. But Steve was the gatehood to when the world was basically trying to close in around children to, like, you can't go outside, you can't interact with wildlife, be safe, and then 9/11 happened. Steve was the kind of like the shining light of, the world is dangerous, yes, but it is beautiful as well, and you should go and explore it and see the animals that we reign above, but we should also protect at the same time too. And he was also, like, he was very informative. Like, yes, I do wrestle with the gators, with the crocs, but they are animals. Don't do this. Don't do what I do, but I'm also not harming them. I'm showing you, I'm giving you a good example of how they live. Steve was that man. And, what more can you say about the guy?
So let's start off with a real gut puncher. And the one that I wanted to start with, because I actually remember this one from when it happened.
Yes.
The only known fatal stingray attack to ever be captured on camera. Steve Irwin's death. Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter, better known as the only good thing that ever came out of Australia.
Arguably Men at Work, Holden, Mad Max, the original trilogy. Fucking hell, I know there's a lot more. Ballpoint, which is a great little Tasmanian punk band that I really liked. Let's see what else there was. Big Les, fucking love Big Les show. That's another one. Super V at Racing. Let's see, Jordan Cox and the Improved Production Racing. Yes, I'm going off motorsports here, but like Australia, the Australia that I knew, I miss. Much like the Canada I knew, I miss. But anyhow.
Steve was a khaki-wearing Australian zookeeper, conservationist, and TV personality,
yes,
who exploded in the late 90s with his absolutely zero-fear method of screaming crikey while wrestling with something that would make me personally literally shit my pants at just the very thought of even sharing a continent with the fucking thing.
It was gators and crocs. And yes, crocs are different from gators. Dankula had a video too, I believe I should watch on this channel, where it was the killer alligator of what's the Congo River? I forget his name now, but he was the man-eater. Like, they had an appetite for human flesh because during massacres of the many wars waged in the Congo, bodies would be just dumped in the river, and that led to crocs gaining a certain taste for flesh. Kind of like all the man-eaters of Savo, the lions that were eating the Indian workers, gained a taste for flesh because of, let's just say, basically guardsmen, when they were building the railway, would shoot off attacking warriors of the African native plains, and the man-eaters would find these corpses, and while lions are not scavengers, they would find these dying men, and they would just eat them, and they got a taste for human flesh, and that's when the man-eaters of Savo came about.
On the day,
also, of course, lions are very prideful and territorial.
Steve Irwin would cuddle with crocodiles, get nose close with venomous snakes, handle sharks, spiders, scorpions. Basically, if it lived and it wanted to kill you, Steve Irwin had the urge to go up and touch it and call it beautiful.
Yes. And I believe Steve Irwin, and just on a tangent too, this is tangentially related to Dankula, because Dankula's first video I ever watched by him, actually his second video, because the first one was the Roof Koreans. Not on this channel, but just in general. The second video I remember of Dankula was the bum hunt, was the bum fights. Bum fights was a... How should I put this? It was jackass, but taken to an illogical extreme, but using unwilling participants, usually exploiting the needy and destitute. And Bum Fights 2 had the Bum Hunter, who was a parody of Steve Irwin. On top of that, the diving for crack scene, which was literal crack rocks at the bottom of a pool, and getting crackhead homeless men to swim for crack rocks. It was very felonious.
Also known as my dating strategy. Why do literally all of them have BPD? But
don't tropical frogs, like poison dart frogs and the like, have bright colors to ward off predators or possibly, things that would kill them? Because, it's a sign of like, hey, I'm venomous, poisonous, don't touch me. Yeah. Dankula, why are you going for the girls with the shiny, colorful hair?
Anyway, Steve Irwin doing that with that golden retriever smile of his made millions of children and adults, including me, fall in love with animals that most of us would only approach while holding a Bible and crying.
But yeah, no, he gave the right to conservation that I'm not a hippie freak or green freak at all. I believe there is a natural order of the food chain, but to conserve the food chain balance until a new apex predator comes along, because once again, species come extinct every single day. That's just the way nature is, and it's not because of men. It's not because of man or industry or progress. It's just because nature is the way nature is. That being said, though, I do appreciate that Steve shed light onto how crocodiles and alligators, both their danger, but also just their habits overall. And they are fascinating creatures, and most of the animals he covered are. The dangerous ones are very fascinating. I think it was the birds, the magpie birds of Australia are the ones that he actually had a problem with because they were fucking assholes to him, because they like to dive bomb you and peck at your head. And Steve got pecked multiple times by these things. And yes, he's still doing the, oh god, Croika, I'm so, they're a little, feisty, aren't they? But deep down, you can tell, he's like, I want to fucking strangle you, you little cunt.
Steve's show, The Crocodile Hunter, became...
like, your average, Canadian retard that does not live anywhere near where there's wildlife, who was the fake Canadian nationalist, and well, I'm a Canadian nationalist, but not like that, let's let all the immigrants in. Those types, would say, no, the Canadian geese are really, it's a pride of our nation, those birds, why are the Americans killing them? I'm sitting there going, yeah, kill those fuckers. Hell, I want to kill those fuckers. I want to take one of those fuckers by the neck and swing it around and throw it against the wall like fucking Gay Bowser, because those fuckers chased me all the time as a kid, and still to this day, I'm setting up, equipment or doing, jobs outside, and they come when they try to bite your leg. It's like, okay, now it doesn't hurt as much, but I'm like, I have half the urge to grab you by the neck and just chuck you, but there's so many poaching laws against you motherfuckers that I can't. And you shit everywhere with this toxic green shit that only stings but kills the grass.
A global phenomenon. He ran Australia Zoo. He rescued and rehabilitated animals, and he pushed conservation harder than anyone else I can think of, except maybe David Attenborough.
Yeah. And David Attenborough only got that notoriety because he was around for so long. Steve wanted to do this thing from the ground up with his crew and get producers for this thing. He wanted to do everything on the ground himself. Attenborough would do the voiceover for the job. And because Attenborough's been around for so long that he was just able to do it.
Steve was basically the closest thing we had to a superhero whose powers were to poke nature and then live to tell the tale.
Exactly.
Until one day, he didn't. On September the 4th, 2006, while filming the documentary Ocean's Deadliest in the Great Barrier Reef of Queensland, Australia, Steve Irwin was in shallow water with his longtime cameraman, Justin Lyons, and a small crew, and they were all filming some stingrays. And considering that stingray fatalities are extremely rare, only about 1 or 2 reported worldwide each year, and also consider...
You gotta remember too, stingrays are a weird species where sometimes because they hunt via the barb. The barb is their typical go-to. However, stingrays don't always fire their venom. It's venomous. They bite you. It's poisonous if you eat it. So it would be a venomous barb that they would sting you with and puncture you with, or their fish with. Typically, it's the puncture that is supposed to be killing, and not all stingrays have the venom on them. But we typically think of a stingray as having the paralyzing venom on the barb. For the most part, though, stingrays are fairly calm. Like I get it because of Steve Irwin, their reputation absolutely tanked, but stingrays are just usually calm. They don't really bother you. Just kind of keep your distance, right? Like they're a big creature, but they're very indifferent to a lot of things. It's just, I want my food. I want to live the next day. I don't care what you are. Just don't poke me.
Considering that this is Steve fucking Irwin, it probably didn't seem like anything could go wrong.
No,
they had been filming a large short-tailed stingray, and by the way, I didn't know they could get that fucking big. I mean, look at that bastard.
Yeah. Short tails are massive, to say the least.
And they were trying to get one last shot of the stingray swimming away. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, the stingray whipped its tail up and started shanking Steve Irwin.
And if you don't know, Steve was actually above the stingray, and he was behind and above on a diagonal across from it, like diagonally above it, right at the tail. So it was him chasing the bull's tail, and that was the problem.
Not once, not twice. Lyons described it as...
And by the way, if you actually have seen stingrays hunt for food, they don't go for 2 strikes. Their tail moves like a piston, essentially. It's got like kind of like a type. What is it? Not a typewriter. Oh, fuck. Typewriter wouldn't be a bad idea. What what tool is that? I'm trying to think of it. Not like a Dremel, but it just it will. It's like a rivet gun, essentially. It's just it pops multiple times in a massive gyrating like quick motion. Not gyrating because it's not spinning up and down. You kind of get what I mean, right? I know a vtuber would bring up a toy that she would be using on her Fansly stream as an analogy, but I myself don't fucking know how to say it. Like maybe an electric hammer, if you will, but like electric hammer only fires off once. Basically pile driver. I guess maybe. There we go. Jackhammer. It'd be like a jackhammer. It fires like a jackhammer. That's what I'm looking for. It'll fire off like a jackhammer. Just pop. They don't sting once.
Hundreds of times in seconds.
Yes.
And the barb
the Julius Caesar
right
treatment
through Steve's chest, right into his heart.
Yeah.
And the cameras were still rolling.
And barb, by the way, it's not a stinger. It's not a single thing. It is a barb, and a barb has 2 parallel hooks to it. So it opens, it pierces in, and when it pulls, it rips and tears outward. It is violent, to say the least.
Lyons and the crew didn't even realise how bad it was until he panned back and saw Steve Irwin in a massive pool of blood.
Yeah.
They threw him back onto the boat and put pressure on the wound, and then they tried CPR.
No,
and
he was
Steve,
from
calm
Swiss
as
cheese.
ever, said, "I'm dying."
That's actually, and I guess maybe Dank is going by the reference because there's a lot of stories about this one in particular. It's believed that the last two things he said was, one, "I am dying." That is known in a very calm voice. He also said it wasn't its fault. I think one of the last things he actually did say was, "Don't hurt it. It wasn't its fault." Not saying Steve poked or prodded at it. It's just doing its own instinct. It thought I was a predator by accident. It wasn't its fault. It's him or then again, that could also be a canonized false version. And I'm not trying to go after the Steve Irwin font at all, mind you, but it sounds very canonized, almost sainthood for him to say that in such a matter when he was probably too weak to even speak that much anyways. He probably just said, "I'm just dying. That's it." But it is a nice thought to think that he said that it wasn't its fault. And I'm not knocking Steve at all. Like, once again, Steve or his font, like, Steve Irwin is Steve Irwin. There is no other man that could replace him. Australia has not been the same since Steve Irwin died.
And that was reportedly the last thing he ever said. Now, at the time, there were a lot of different stories going around of what actually happened.
Yeah.
More notably being the one where Steve Irwin apparently dramatically pulled the barb out of his chest himself. No. And that being the real cause of his death, saying that if he had just left it in the wound, then it would have stemmed the bleeding and Steve Irwin would have survived. But Lyons later said that none of the early stories were even close to accurate, because nobody that actually wrote the stories was actually there.
And we still deal with this to this day. Remember, 6 years ago, Summer of Love happened. This is why I'm calling this stream Whiteboy Summer. And I need to remind you that it's been 4 years of Whiteboy Summer, and we should never go back to what was beforehand, because Summer of Love happened in 2020. And that was all over basically a man already having an OD on Fent, having a completely schizoing out, cops knowing this guy was a career criminal, and he was fighting, resisting arrest and everything initially, and he was going completely spastic, and they were worried he was going to be reaching for something, and it was an amalgamation of events that led up to what happened, that led to America on Fire, fatalities and nearly the triple digits, cities on fire, billions of dollars in damage, fear, false canonization, a gold sarcophagus for a career criminal, everything of the sort. Journalists caused that too. They want to ram with the story, and they also had a narrative to push. And by the way, a lot of other conservationist places behind closed doors did not like Steve Irwin, because Steve Irwin was getting all the attention, and Steve was doing what they wouldn't do. Get Olsakop as a bouncer at the sake bar as Floyd. At the same bar as Floyd. Yeah, exactly. Like, the whole thing, going back to Irwin, though, is that Irwin had a lot of foundations that didn't like his, because Steve actually was getting shit done, but also Steve got a lot of attention. Because Steve was willing to do what a lot of them other ones would not do, and get that close and personal, and have the personality. But like, he was basically multifaceted, talented in his pursuits, and that caused a lot of stir amongst other conservationists and animal groups. I mean, PETA to this day, of course, PETA still are just attention whores regardless, but they still to this day will fire at Steve Irwin every chance they fucking get, even if it's the anniversary of his death, birthday, or anything of the sort. They will still try to go after Steve Irwin regardless, because Steve Irwin, to them, was a man who could compromise humanity's growth and progress with animal conservationism, as opposed to being complete dictatorship over waving the environment, the planet over your head, but really fucking raping you over for everything you had. And PETA, as we know, just wants the world to go vegan, just as a general whole statement. Like they don't have the government swaying power that the WWF has. PETA is just a fucking asshole group, but they are the punching bag whipping boy for me to bring up in this case. Steve Irwin, natural. What does this have to do with a journalist? Well, because Steve Irwin is also a figurehead, and this was tabloid journalism to the peak max. And anything sensationalist to get at Steve Irwin would have just been great, because it would have been both a heroic death of him heroically ripping the barb out, but it was also a foolish thing for him to do. Steve would have known not to have done that, because Steve was also trained in multiple forms of CPR and to deal with these types of animal cases. Plus, stingray barbs do not break like a fucking bee sting or a bee's stinger. They stay with the stingray. They are very tough. So, to say the least, I once again, with anything journalists have to say, just shut the fuck up for the most part.
The only people that...
Because like right now, we are dealing with journos that basically, and also blacktivists and black racists and black supremacists that have the Carmelo Anthony thing going on right now, as they literally try to rewrite what was happening in the video and try to rewrite like everything they saw, because that boy didn't do nothing. Yeah, the fucking baboon lip motherfucker. But that's another story. We're on Dankula right now.
saw what happened were lions and the film crew. But journo's gonna journo, and they're just gonna pull shit out of their arse like they always do.
True.
The footage immediately became some sort of forbidden holy grail. Multiple cameras were involved, but the actual underwater footage is the one that everybody talks about. Because, according to Lions, it's extremely graphic and disturbing. The authorities grabbed all of the existing copies during their investigation, and in 2007, after the investigation was concluded, these tapes were all destroyed to prevent them from leaking to the public. Except for one, which was given to Steve Irwin's widow, Terry Irwin, who said...
Yes.
that she has never actually watched the footage.
And I will, this is one of the few times I will say I believe her. Because, once again, aforementionedly brought up, Steve candidly and Terry candidly, not just at memoriams or in the name of Steve and everything, from what also his children can remember, Mom and Dad were very close. Like, there was none of this, like, we're together for the cameras, Mike. No. When he said on Conan multiple times that, like, the comments he gave to his wife, he was infatuated with her. And she loved him dearly, too. Hasn't remarried as far as I'm aware of, and has kept the name going and the fun going in his name. They had something they set out to do, and that's a rare type of love you don't see anymore. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her. It would be too painful to even touch.
And this was never confirmed by her, but it's also widely believed that she destroyed that copy.
I wouldn't be surprised if she actually did.
And you know what? I don't fucking blame her. Lions said that the footage should never be released. And I mean, yeah, no shit. I mean, he was there, he filmed it, and he watched his friend die. And then, years later, he had to watch the internet turn that tragedy into a fucking Easter egg hunt. Because a lot of fake leaked versions have been popping up for years. Every now and then, some fucking crypt ghoul would claim that they had found the real raw death footage, and it's always just some really shitty, edited clickbait video.
There was a lot of clickbait videos. I mean, any form of, like, fucking tragedy, horror show, anything of the sort has clickbait videos that are out there. In general, when it came to, like, things like Steve Irwin's death or whatever, I mean, Steve Irwin's wasn't my case, but, like, when it came to a lot of those, like, the morbid curiosity of, oh, this video has this, like, okay, maybe the best one I can think of is when it's a shock video that you heard of and you did see one time by accident. When I say by accident, you get sent the bait and switch. Ronnie McNutt would be one, for example. Everyone knows Ronnie. People will make fake replicas and everything the sort of such cases. And it's heinous, because even clickbaiting such a tragic death is just, I think, grotesque overall, personally. It's not illegal to say, per se, it's just very, very poor taste and something I won't even do. For as fucking edgy as I get into how dark shit I say all the time on stream, how much I laugh at for dark stuff. I don't. The people that do clickbait videos for the death footage of things that's a whole nother level of scum, because that's not even for a joke. It's just to make a quick view and buck out of it. There's no humor in the matter.
Steve Irwin spent his entire life surrounded by animals.
True.
Fat rolling around them like it was a Dark Souls no-hit challenge. And he was killed by one of the most commonly harmless creatures in the ocean in a freak accident. Lyons even commented later that he believed it was never going to be a croc, a shark, or a snake that got Steve. Because Steve was just too good with them.
Yeah.
Which makes this even sadder.
Chubbuck.
So a lot of lost media footage is caught by accident.
Right.
Something terrible happens and someone just so happens to be there with a camera rolling. But that is not always the case. Sometimes the horrible thing that gets filmed is intentional. Most of the time, it's for the sick satisfaction of the person filming it, but in some cases, it's to send a message.
There is many of these. I think the last name, it jogged my memory for a sec, but I know the one he's talking about. And I'm not going to spoil it, but if you are familiar, people will sometimes film their own suicide as a way to send a message, or it's live streamed and it's just, in the moment, they decide to just go ahead and do it. I brought up Ronnie McNutt beforehand, but if we're going to talk about TV ones, I believe, because I know this one's about what it is, I know what it's going to be about. And it sounds like I pre-watched it. No, it's because I know a lot of these lost media and tragic tales. Another one you can think of is Bud Dwyer, because Bud Dwyer was the quintessential early shock tape that people would use to scare each other with. Now, Bud Dwyer, in comparison to, I hate to be this in terms of rankings, it makes me sound like a ghoul. And it's not like I view shock tapes willingly, it's just I've only seen a handful in my life, and by mistake or misfortune. And Bud Dwyer's isn't as bad as something like Ronnie's, but Bud Dwyer was, live on camera, was a shock to say the least, because to see a guy blow his brains out with a revolver, I'm not sure if it was a Magnum, I don't think it was a Magnum, but he popped his brains out on live TV with a revolver. Now, the jokes around it aren't usually at Dwyer's expense, because Dwyer was exonerated of what he believed he had sinned and was being kicked out of office for. Basically, they were trying to fuck Dwyer over, because he was actually a decent guy and a decent politician, which is rare to say about politicians. For example, Fannie Mayor empty, for example, what did you say? The GFL Girls Frontline Fannie Mayor empty committed suicide on stream. Yeah, that was a tough case. That's another hard one. But, I mean, any jokes usually around Ronnie are, not Ronnie, sorry, fucking Bud Dwyer. The jokes around Bud Dwyer are usually at the shock value of what actually happened. Because it was that jarring and traumatizing to see a man blow his brains out on television. It's not that it's not people are laughing at Bud himself, it's that, like, fuck it, Norm Macdonald, who's usually, and I like Norm Macdonald very much so, he doesn't care. When he had his brief show in that pilot episode he released, where he did the Bud Dwyer joke, it's funny. And it's literally verbatim what kind of, like, the same motion as Bud went through before he popped his own brains out. The difference is, though, is that it's not at the expense of Bud's actual legacy, because Bud himself, once again, it's rare to say this about a politician, he was actually one of the good politicians. Another one you can make fun of, and you can make fun of him because he was nuts, though he was also mentally unstable. But he was about to invoke real harm, would be Bjork Stalker. Because Bjorkstalker, Smiling Friends, literally paid homage to him in what was led up through the Hobbit episode. Is the way I can describe it as. Because that's what Bjorkstalker did to Bjork, the singer. Sent a bomb that was thankfully caught before he got anywhere near her. You can kind of make fun of Bjorkstalker in a way, though his mental illness is very much there. Like he was gone. He was gone. But this one I know about, and it's just a similar tragedy level as I think Bud Dwyer, but it's also hard to digest simultaneously. And it's lost media for good reason, because sometimes live on broadcast and news channels, there are things that will happen. There's been cases that I've watched videos on, and this is usually covering the after the fact, like those like countdown lists, like dark things happen on television. And it was like how a South American news broadcast basically recorded a girl jumping to her death. And was basically recording the whole lead up and to her suicide attempt. There's a lot of these things that happen, or like the tragic helicopter crashes of like of certain like news channels that get that, you know, when that shit occurred. It's tragic. This one is one of those.
And one such example was Christine Chubbuck. Christine Chubbuck was a 29-year-old news reporter working for WXLT TV in Sarasota, Florida. She wasn't some massive celebrity like our last entry, nor was she some international anchor with a giant desk and a state-mandated haircut.
Yeah, exactly.
She was just a local reporter on the morning show called Suncoast Digest.
And local affiliate channels like this, they've all been bought up by the bigger broadcasting networks, but I remember the last few were around when I was younger. And they are very homely with what they are. And I miss them dearly.
Doing serious journalism in a station that, like many others, was slowly realizing that the more blood, gore, and tragedy was thrown into the stories, the more people would watch them.
This was the 80s, because in the 80s, you gotta remember too, in the early 80s, it was a reversal kind of with the satanic panic. There was a brief period of trying to be forced happy in appearance. And we need to be more cleanliness, cleaner with what it is. But the 80s was also coming off the 70s, and at that point, distrust in the government was hitting lows, but there was then a resurgence of patriotism. However, in the United States government, in the late 80s, there was back to the more grittier, kind of nihilistic approach to things. And yes, the American people were becoming more and more infatuated with, actually, the world over, not just, why did I just say American people, like the world over was more infatuated with blood, guts, and gore and all the horrors going on. Vietnam War is very, was very broadcast, was well truly documented and broadcasted, but the wars in the Middle East were starting to get more and more broadcasted as well, and they were very on the ground. And everything going on in Africa too in the 80s too. So there was a surgence, and also not to mention gang crime and everything spiking up to. For Christ's sake, the reason why the satanic panic even kicked off in the first place, people often forget this, was because of Casso. The murder of what's the 17-year-old boys? I know because it's from the song, because I listened to the song by Aesop Rock under the pseudonym Malibu Ken called The Acid King. But it was Jared Casso had killed a 17-year-old boy and had done it in such a on narcotics and on LSD. He had done such a butcher job and hung himself, and he claimed that Satan told him to do it in the form of Crow told him to do the crime, but I just think the guy was just fucking trying to be cool. Led to the satanic panic with his actions, and I just think up until that point in the 80s, on a lighter note, Gothic Maid is a mecha anime movie that never got a home movie or streaming release because it was filmed in 12K and shit. Okay, that's very off topic, but yeah, that's nice. That's a nice flam. But what you need to understand is that in the 80s, it was a clash between we want wholesome family values, but there was a driving need to release that pent up surge of fear, or like, I want to see the world burn type mentality. Because the 70s grit never really kind of went away, right?
And Christine absolutely despised that stuff.
I can imagine she
was
would.
frustrated with the whole idea of the more violent, horrid, and depressing the story was, the more it would sell. I mean, look at today's news, for example.
Fucking hell.
I mostly avoid reading it if I can, because I don't feel like making out with the end of a barrel at the end of the day.
And worse than top of the news is often very skewed. You get most of the actual news from the local or like independent publishers that publish the crimes that go on the ground. If they do make it to large news publications, they'll try to, like, if it's a white person that got killed, they'll try to spin, well, why did he deserve it? Why did he was racist? They killed him for racial reasons. No, it wasn't racist because, well, you can't be racist against white people. Like, there was a whole bunch of shit that goes on. And Henry Novak was, Henry Novak and a lot of the other ones that happened in the past year have been just notable cases, but it's been, it is truly depressing to look into. Like, I'll cover news stories when I can every so often, but I really don't like doing it because, not because I'm like, I just don't want to deal with the tough stuff. I just sit there and go, everyone is staring down this barrel constantly, and I often stream after all the work is done of the day, and I have just to say, maybe just let me do my thing in my little corner for once. And if people come here and find that they can, kick their feet up a bit and rest a bit, that's what I'm happy to have here. But it is, the world is really depraved, and it's more than just like, oh, well, the internet opens you to the more depravity of the world. No, it is really fucked up. Like, society is sick, to say the least.
Christine wanted to cover...
Also, some weird convenience stores will happen too, whenever it's like, when the whites are getting a little bit of motion, like, for example, with Novak, or when it comes to, like, the Metcalf or anything, like Metcalf trial right now, conveniently, other degenerate shit will come up as a distraction for it, because people are starting, like, the British people are really starting to wake up and go full balls against the British government for what they did for what they fucked over Novak for, and the police force and everything. And then the news publications get flooded with Bonnie Blue's planned lineup of the most degenerate shit possible while she's pregnant with a mystery child that's probably the Antichrist, because she's a convenient distraction.
Stories, community issues, doing some actual journalism. Not just talking about whatever corpse was dragged in front of the cameras that very morning. And behind all of that, she was also struggling with severe depression. And she attempted to overdose on drugs in the early 1970s, and reportedly referenced that often. Christine was seeing a psychiatrist a few weeks before her death, and she didn't tell WXLT management about it or her suicidal tendencies, because she was afraid that she would be fired, because apparently even a mental health crisis needs to go through office politics.
Yeah, fucking tell me about it. I don't talk about my own cases with it, but just putting out there, I had one attempt where I had an OD, where I tried to OD myself out. It wasn't for attention. I have twice in my life I've actually tried to take my own life, but that's not either here nor there. That's not a cudgel. I'm not looking for a hog box. I'm just pointing this out as a reference point. Some shit is, or like, known, even though it's supposed to be confidential, if someone in fucking HR finds out that you have this shit, they spread that shit like a wildfire and use ammunition against you, because women are fucking bad bitches. They're witches. None of them, they're witches. They're succubi witches. And my chronic depression was very much known. And that was fucking god-awful to deal with. But hey, made me all the more tougher, and people asking, well, serious, why are you a misogynist? Well, I have many reasons why to be one. Guess you could say that was one of them.
Oh, you're feeling like offing yourself? Well, here, let me give you another good reason to go through with that. Christine also struggled with social isolation and loneliness. She was turning 30 and was frustrated with her lack of close relationships. She had a one-sided crush on her co-worker, George Peter Ryan. Christine
Oh.
actually baked him a birthday cake to try and get his attention,
Oh,
and
no.
then found out that George
Desperate girl, desperate measures. If something goes awry with this, she's out.
that fucking man whore, was shagging sports reporter Andrea Kirby, who had also been one of Christine's closest co-workers.
Ooh.
Basically, every little support beam that she had was getting kicked out one by one. According to news editor Rob Smith, Christine, just a week before the incident, brought a gun into the station and joked about killing herself on air. Rob reasonably thought...
I usually don't take a lot of jokes seriously. But even when I was on that cusp of I'm gonna do it, I made a lot of suicide jokes as well. I never, or said, yeah, it's like, some days you just want to just pop your brains out. Or it's like, I want to put my head through a noose, and this is actually very common with suicidal depressives, that when you get to that point, you start talking about it in not an attention whore-seeking way. You hide underneath a good mask of humor, but deep down, you're getting ready to do it. You're getting ready to do the act. If someone's saying, I'm having a break, like, unless they're actually having a complete breakdown, but it's like the ones that constantly, what about my feelings? I could kill myself because of this emotional turmoil. Typically with like SJRs or fucking women, and just like, no, we know you're not gonna do it. You're doing it for attention seeking. Because the guys you're talking to, like myself, who say that, and everyone hates us for saying it. It's like, I'm not being a fucking gatekeeper of depression. I know for a fact what happens because, well, the guys, those of us that ended up in that psych ward, who were in there for depression, sounded like that. I mean, you couldn't tell us any different on the street. Like, we were just guys, but oh god, we had that similar story to lead to what happened to us when I was in psych ward. That was, no, never again.
It was just a sick joke, and she quickly changed the subject, which is the kind of detail that in hindsight is very alarming. But at the time, it felt like her just being dark and weird at work. Christine also hosted a party just a few days before it, and she seemed like she had a very fun time. But only later did people attending the party realise that this might have been her way of saying goodbye.
Oh,
then, on the
shit.
morning of July the 15th, 1974, Christine was unusually insistent that she read the news herself instead of the usual morning anchor. Something that she had never done before. And during the broadcast, a film reel about a local shooting malfunctioned.
Right.
Which, in any normal situation, would be just an annoying technical fuck-up. But in that case, it basically became the perfect opportunity for Christine to do what she intended. So she moved straight into the script that she had prepared, and this is what she said. In keeping with Channel 40's policy of bringing you the latest in blood and guts news, TV40 presents what is believed to be a television first.
She was long gone with those eyes.
In living colour, exclusive coverage of an attempted suicide. Christine then reached into her bag under the desk, pulled out a .38 caliber revolver, placed it right behind her right ear, and pulled the trigger. Everything faded to black, then cut away to a public service announcement.
Oh my god.
And then to a movie.
Of course it would.
What the fuck else do you do when the literal fucking worst thing anyone in the control room could even imagine actually happens?
Rain delay theater, everybody. Except the rain was the blood spatter and grey matter coming from her own skull.
Live on air. And of course, viewers started calling into the station, wondering what the fuck they just saw. Some of them even called the police. The full unedited broadcast was recorded, including the suicide. But it has not been made public or seen since it aired. And for years, people argued about what actually happened to the tape. Then in
And I suppose, for the best, it's mainly due to that. I guess it was before there was mass archival, people recording from their own home of any channel to get their hands on, before that became its own hobby. Because Budwire's suicide would have been the same, would have gone through the same thing too, if not so many people were stuck at home because of the snow and were, well, had their VCRs on and kind of just left it on and saw Bud go pop. Or, tape recorders on. Yeah. I just don't know what else to say. Heyo. I guess lucky for Buttock is that she's only in infamy through word of mouth. I don't think I'd ever want to have my own suicide or my own death on camera personally. It's not ideal.
June of 2016, it was confirmed that a recording of this still exists, reportedly being kept by former station owner Robert Nelson. And after his death, it was handed to a big law firm. And no, there are no plans whatsoever to make the tape public. However, just a few years ago, allegedly, we couldn't actually confirm this fully, but around 2021...
If you guys have seen Letterkenny, you got him with the squirrely Dan. Allegedly. He fucked the ostrich, didn't he? Allegedly. You have to do it allegedly. Because it's never said in fact.
Someone on YouTube uploaded what is generally accepted as the legitimate audio recording of that incident. So if you want to go and...
Now, if you remember early YouTube, early YouTube was kind of an unfettered wasteland because moderation was not really, moderation bots weren't up to the standard we'd remember back in 2014-ish, if you will. Or was that its good medium between letting content slide through community reporting as opposed to moderation via only AI bots and through companies where it's kind of that good medium mix. This is before then typically, because that was, I think that'll probably be around that time because having audio only would just kept up longer. People have archived the actual video if it was on early YouTube if it was put up there as the full video.
Listen to that. You know what? Just go right ahead. Because
yeah,
I'm
go
sick
right
and
ahead.
tired of telling all of you troglodytes not to Google stuff.
And here's the thing too. I know it's the curiosity that kills the cat with a lot of shit, but motherfucker, I grew out of that curious teenage phase, and for good reason. I'm just like, you don't fucking look shock stuff up or this depressing stuff up because, dear God, you do not want to just come out. You're not gonna come out the other side of it the same, right? It was funny to have people talk about Funky Town in a way that was like, okay, it's kind of funny the way the memes have kind of been going on, but when you realize that people are actually looking at the fucking shock video or trying to find the actual execution video, it's like, and these are most of them are kids, it's like, fucking do not do that, you stupid little bastard. Just do not do that.
And then I see all of you crying in the comments going, oh, I didn't listen and I Googled it. My brother in Christ, I'm telling you not to Google it for a fucking reason. But one thing to make
Habibi, my son, my brother in Christ, I told you with no uncertainty into what I said, do not look that shit up. I told you to not look that shit up, but you did. But you did.
absolutely clear before you all go looking for that.
And then again, it also became, it's not, what's the effect called? Barbers, it's like the Streisand effect, right?
This audio is that the audio could possibly be fake. After all, people were faking the Steve Irwin footage, and we are even going to get into even more fakes just like this later on. So, if you do find the audio recording, maybe take it with a little pinch of salt. As for the real, actual footage, well, that is still locked away, buried, classified, or whatever word is used when the answer is no, you sick little fucks, you don't get to watch it.
Good.
And hopefully, it remains that way. Christine's family didn't want the worst moment of her life passed around on the internet like a blunt rotation.
Exactly.
But of course, fake screenshots and footage have been going around, including one that I found when researching this video where somebody edited a gun into her hand.
Look how poorly edited this shit is. Like, this is comedically edited. It would look like a reaction image, not for the tragic effect behind this actual shittily edited photo.
To make it look like the video. Yes, I found it on Facebook, and yes, everybody there believes that it's fucking real.
Oh god.
Because boomers get absolutely one-shotted by the faintest touch of Photoshop or AI.
Remember this. Boomers will always tell you, if you go through individual with multiple cross-reference sources that are told through independent journalists online, and you found the cross-reference and the evidence, and there's no plausible deniability to say that this is not true, they will still say, well, was it, what publication was it on? Was it on my BBC or CBC broadcast? Well, what that on the ABC? What that on the ABC? No, motherfucker, it was through this individual journal. I don't believe it. But you fucking believe Jane Fonda, didn't you fucking cocksucker? Right? All these motherfuckers are stupid. It's like, because they need that appeal to authority. But the same token, too. Oh, I saw the, oh my god. Oh my god, seriously, I need you to come here and tell me this. Look at this thing. Oh my god, the racing trains on dirt track, is that real? Do you understand how locomotives work on rails? How the fuck can a train slide and drift? Are you fucking retarded? But it says right here. I'm like, basic physics, basic common sense. Apply some common sense to your brain. Apply some common sense to your brain, there. Is this possible? But it could, but not. Is it possible to be caught on camera like this with a large audience? But shut the fuck up, okay? I never want to hear boomers speak. Be grateful you are not put in the retirement home just yet, and you suffer the own consequences that you caused our nation, where you get beaten to death by a fucking Somali caretaker, right? Just slow the fuck down.
Aye. See the sheer amount of times my mum sent me a video and I have to reply to her going, Mum, that's not real.
Yep.
No, Mum, that's not real. No, a cat did not fire a fucking shotgun, Mum.
Don Branchaw.
Do you like SeaWorld?
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Me neither, and I've never been there, but from what I've
Neither have I.
heard, it is a pretty shit place, and the animal treatment is very questionable. As a humble Scotsman, I have a very deep primal fear of ocean-related stuff, and I don't like to be reminded that 5-ton underwater apex predators do not, in fact, give a single fuck about you. Dawn Brancho was a 40-year-old trainer at SeaWorld Orlando.
Right.
She was one of the park's most experienced orca trainers with 15 years of experience under her belt. Basically, she was SeaWorld's poster girl. Dawn had wanted to become a Shamu trainer, one of SeaWorld's orca performers. Since a family trip to Orlando as a child, she studied psychology and animal behaviour and actually worked with dolphins before joining SeaWorld in 1994.
I just want to pre-emphasize with all of this here is that if you know anything about orcas, I know people always say about how dolphins are so smart and oh my god, these animals are the the same intelligence level as humans possibly. Orcas are not only scarily intelligent in hunting, they're also hyper sadistic. Okay? Most animals will rip and tear because they're just hungry and they want to rip something and they need to eat something. Orcas play with their prey. So do leopard seals. But the thing is, orcas fuck up leopard seals. Well, the leopard seals will fuck up a penguin and, I mean, there's that one guy who was basically told us how the story of how basically a female leopard seal tried to court him. If I remember correctly, that was kind of also a little off-topic tangent. Apparently, majority of the recorded leopard seal deaths have been women with male leopard seals killing them. For some reason, zoologists will find out that male divers will kind of have a weird synchronicity with female leopard seals, where the female leopard seals will see them as either helpless young or possible mates by accident, and will try to present them with food or teach them how to hunt, depending on which way they swing. And it's just kind of like, what the fuck is going on here? Like the one guy who told his story on it was like Discovery or like National Geographic's version of TED Talk. It was wild, to say the least. But going back to orcas, though, orcas are sadistic. They also train their young different techniques, and they will also improvise techniques when leopard seals are chilling on massive ice, breakaways of ice or ice breaks. When they're chilling on these massive like ice breaks, the fucking orcas will form a wolf pack, and they will swim underneath and break it apart so they can basically get the leopard seal into a very small patch of ice. And then when they hunt them, they don't always just kill them for food. Like if they're teaching them young, sometimes those fuckers will launch seals 50 feet in the air with their tail and do it multiple times over just to fuck around and play with them like catch. It's wild what orcas do. They are absolutely horrifically intelligent apex predators of the ocean. But their attacks are very, very rare on humans. They typically don't bother with humans in the wild. It's captivity is where the problem is.
And eventually, she became the main person to work with the orcas at SeaWorld. She helped revamp the Shamu show. She appeared in public performances for years and was known as being very enthusiastic and passionate about the animals. Then, on February the 24th, 2010, the whole happy underwater fantasy went straight to shit. This wet fucking arsehole is Telecom, also known as Telly. An orca who was captured in 1983 off the coast of Iceland when he was only about 2 years old for the purpose of training murder dolphins how to do tricks and splash middle-aged single mothers and their kids. Tilly was first sent to Canada's sea land off the Pacific and then shipped off to SeaWorld Orlando in 1992. Where he grew to be the chonkiest orca in captivity, coming in at 5.7 tons and...
That's a big fucker. That is a... And by the way, Dankula is saying this, I believe, in metric. It's 5,700 kilograms, right? Or at least I think he might be doing it. Let me see. How big did Telecom get? Hang on, we'll look this up. Telecom was the largest orca in captivity, measuring 22.5 feet, 6.9 meters, in length, and weighing approximately 12,500 pounds, 5.7 kilograms. Telecom weighs 4 of my Volvo C30s in one pile. He fucking weighs that much. He's a big fucker, all right.
Measuring about 6.7 meters in length. He also had a collapsed dorsal fin.
That you can see.
You know that little fin that fish have on their backs? Well, his looked like a limp dick. Yeah. So that made him very recognizable. And his name, Telecom, means something like friend in Chinook language. Which is very interesting because I didn't know that heavy lift tandem rotor military transport helicopters could speak, never mind, have their own language. But anyway, Tilly is very cute and adorable until you learn that this fat fuck has been involved in 3 out of the 4 captive orca fatalities to have ever happened in history.
3 out of the 4. I'm a fat fuck. I like a quick fuck. I like my fin touched. I buy you a sick drunk. I'm a sick fuck. I like my fin touched. How are you gonna start a family when the spinal cord slipped? I'm sorry. I have to make the fucking joke. This motherfucker got 3 kills to his name. It is 75% of the captive orca fatalities?
Before Don Brancho, Telecom had already mauled 2 people to death. Kelty Lee Byrne, a trainer at Sealand of the Pacific,
Oh my
and
God.
one Daniel P. Dukes, a complete fucking idiot who trespassed into Telecom's pool
For
at
what
night
reason?
for whatever fucking reason. So, by the time Don stepped in, Telecom was already well known to be a bit of a cheeky and bloodthirsty troublemaker. So one day after the main performance, Don was lying on a slide-out platform.
Right.
Basically a little ledge where the orca can slide his body up and out of the water during the show.
Yeah.
And she was just chilling with Telecom.
This where you see those videos of the orcas doing the tongue, like the tongue swaying their head around and flicking their tongue around. That's where orcas will typically do that.
Rubbing him, feeding him, and doing the whole trust bonding part of the show. And everything was going dandy. Until, out of completely fucking nowhere, he grabbed her. Some reports say that he grabbed her by her ponytail, and others say that he grabbed her by the shoulder or her arm. Nevertheless, the result was the same. Telecom pulled her into the water. He then started dragging her pool to pool, shook her, rammed her, and started drowning her.
Oh.
And the other staff could do nothing but try their best to distract him with nets and food. Over the next 45 minutes, Brancho suffered multiple
I'm sorry, 45 minutes?
severe injuries, including but not limited to fractures to her jaw, her ribs, her vertebra. She had her spinal cord severed. Her scalp was
Oh, that was a poor line on my part for the rap. Oh boy.
completely torn right off of her head, and her left arm was also torn off. The staff then finally got Tilly into a small medical pool where he finally released the body. And of course, because this is a lost media list, multiple cameras all captured this horrific event. One tourist had actually
Seemingly.
been filming the entire show, but stopped just a minute before the attack happened. Either the luckiest or unluckiest timing ever, depending on how fucked your brain is.
Imagine that. Well, it's also because when the attack was happening, they made sure to shut off their camera. Well, their camera's already off by the time the attack happened, but wow.
As for why nobody else started filming the actual attack, I can't really say for sure.
It was a different time. Because net virality was not... If you wanted to go viral on the net back in the day, or on YouTube, or anywhere on the net, you typically had to do videos of your own creation. Producing, recording horrific events was meant for mostly news broadcasts, was never really meant for anything else. Like to give to a news reporter. Or sell to some scumbag like tabloid. This online would have maybe been passed with some shock sites, but it would never really have been used per se by... Never would have been blown up back in the day, but as the internet became more watered down, flanderized, and got more normies on there, guess what became popular? And everyone wanted to get viral, and what was getting more viral was fight videos and knockouts and crashes and all sorts. And then we got the day where we have now where people will record someone's last breath, and they'll be going, "Oh, what's that? Oh, damn!" I almost let that one rip. Or, yo, look at this shit. He was basically, I'm trying to do the Filthy Frank, Black people internet zone parody voice, but the stigmata stays true. I mean, people just will fucking record anything, no matter how horrible it is, before even assisting. How many cases have we saw people pleading on the ground, begging for help, and you get someone recording like, "Oh, look at this!" They sound like, people chuckling and whatever in the background and yelling for their handle, and this guy's just dying in the middle of the road. It's horrible.
Maybe it was because this was just a different time where people didn't immediately pull their phones out and start filming whenever a horrible fucking event starts unfolding right in front of them. But I can also guess that by the time anybody realised that her being violently dragged under the water wasn't part of the show, the staff had started yelling and blocking the view. Also, again, this was in 2010, where a person's first instinct to a tragedy was, holy shit, call for fucking help, instead of today's, holy shit, my TikTok viewers are gonna fucking love this.
Yeah.
SeaWorld's own surveillance and show cameras did capture the entire attack in full. But investigators from OSHA immediately seized the footage. Portions were used in the legal case and later in the 2013 documentary
Blackfish, that's Sundance.
Some related footage was used, but very, very heavily edited and censored. Not the full...
For a Sundance documentary, that is actually shocking. Because Sundance... Oh, welcome.
Victory for Hyperborean space stoners.
Hello, Blanket T, how you doing? We're talking about, we're watching a Count Dankula video here, unfortunately, as depressing as it is, but it is, lost media if you are terribly interested in that. So, putting it lightly, I'm good. As I was saying, is that this is an oddity for Sundance, because Sundance, if anyone knows anything about Sundance, Cuties was played at Sundance and was praised and awarded at Sundance, mind you. So to have any standards for a documentary meant to be shown at Sundance, that's pretty fucking shocking.
Attack itself, because
I'm good.
Documentaries sometimes remember that they aren't supposed to show full snuff compilations.
No, you aren't.
As for the full raw footage itself,
Dang, why are we getting shot?
It's never been publicly released, and Don's family fought very, very hard to keep it that way.
I'm so lost.
Arguing...
So this is about lost media. This, you stumbled in this countdown list of lost media that you are not supposed to see by Count Dankula, and this is about the Telecom SeaWorld Orca attack. Basically, the video itself does not actually exist in the sense that it's been destroyed and hidden. It's confusing, yes. It's more of a darker subject matter, but this is not just this one. It's a countdown list of what goes on.
That releasing the footage would be traumatic and cruel.
And by the way, this is Dankula.
And you know what?
Fair
enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I could play devil's advocate here and argue that releasing the footage would be a pretty good case against not holding dangerous killer whales in captivity and how fucked SeaWorld is, but the family said no. So that's a no from me as well.
Thank you.
And like the other entries, tons of fake clips and clickbait videos have been...
I love your model so much, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. We are actually upgrading to a actual live 2D model within a couple months, hopefully this summer. My model artist and rigger is getting it set up right now, and when I find time, I will have it fully operational. It'll be an overhaul, but it is a slight changeover. But yeah, we're going from a PNG to an actual live 2D model
on the internet for years, but they are all fake, and the actual footage has never been released. The reason that this one became so known isn't just because of the footage itself. It's because of what it exposed.
Yes, because... Well, no one was for you. Well, welcome to the Live 2D VTuber world in my Lamali. I appreciate it. I hope to be, it is an upgrade, because technically I'm a PNG tuber, but until I start doing like hand cams and stuff, this model will be kind of sidelined. Because I tend to do hand cams where I do my hobby of rebuilding engines, but you kind of do like Uo's Lab does with the PNG model, but the hand cam will be just for the PNG model only. The Live 2D model is going to be mainly for this stuff. And my gaming, what I like to do on the stream. Also, this temporary stream background will be changed over. I have one I've been setting up recently. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of changes down the pipeline. Basically, it's a hobby for me. I spend the money I do have available for it every so often, and I change it slowly, gradually, bit by bit. Right?
After Don's death, SeaWorld stopped trainers from getting into the water with the orcas during the shows.
It was about time.
OSHA actually fined SeaWorld a whopping $75,000.
Shout out to the boys at OSHA with the blue helmets. You're really doing the Lord's work with this one. And OSHA can suck my dick. You can't stunt that forklift.
SeaWorld appealed that, and the fine was later reduced to $12,000.
Oh, how lovely. I mean, we all start somewhere, but I have no...
Don't worry, guys, it's
all,
okay.
That's good.
Justice has been served. So, after that absolute horror show, what happened to Telecom? Well, absolutely fuck all, to be honest. I mean, what are you going to do? Arrest a fucking whale?
Yeah. I mean, after three kills that this motherfucker got, I mean, I would have, ideally you would have take the bolt gun and just say, well, be nice knowing you, old yeller, and put him out behind the barn, but same token too, he is a very much endangered species, and by the way, killer whales are like this in captivity because they don't have natural prey to hunt, and they have instincts, right? It's like caging up. It's like popping a guy full of psilocybin and honey packs. Like, he's gonna be horny as fuck. It's just keep him caged up for how many days, and he will fuck anything that moves in that cage, right? Basically, putting it this way, Telecom was an apex predator waiting to strike, and he did it 3 times over. Like, at that point, a 5.7 ton killing apex predator is something you don't want to have around.
They did take him out of the show for a year, and then brought him back in 2011. Just with a lot more barriers and no trainers in the water. So,
am I recording for YouTube? Yes, I am. I do this for YouTube sometimes. That's okay. You don't need to worry. This stuff gets usually left in here, but you're okay. You're okay. Don't worry.
He can't drown them to death. He stayed on at SeaWorld until he died from a lung infection in 2017.
And by the way, bringing back Telecom after all this shit he did, well, we can always change his name and rebrand him. No one will know it's him. Telecom has a floppy fucking dorsal fin, and he's the largest motherfucker out there. There is no way you can hide that guy.
So yeah, fuck Telly, fuck the sea, fuck SeaWorld, and fuck every single arsehole that allowed this horrible event to fucking happen.
West Side represent. Ken and Barbie tapes. Now,
let's move on from killer animals to killer humans. 2 of them, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Paul Bernardo.
See, okay. Now, if you wonder why I just froze up like this, this is a Canadian murder case and one of the most notorious murder cases in Canadian history. It's also one that belongs to Ontario. That's as far as I'm going to say about it, because I could just dox, like, I could be doxed because of how, where this thing fucking happened. But, yeah. Carlo Homolka and Paul Bernardo. This, blanket, it's going to be bad. Like, it is. This is what, This is the type of murder case that is horrific. It's horrific to the average schmo and to the wine bombs that create their true crime content back in the day. I'm going to say back in the day, but I mean, when was that? Its former peak in 2021 and during COVID and during 2020, that when they're sipping boxed wines, they were jilling themselves off to the idea of being Paul Bernardo's Carla Homolka in that situation, because it's like something out of a schlocky dark romance, I guess, novel, except the male protagonist is not a serial killer minotaur with a massive cock. It's a guy who looks like Paul Bernardo, who just looks like an average surfer bra. But this is gonna be rough. This one is rough in particular, because anyone who's from Canada fucking knows about this one. Now, and by the way, when they say lost tapes, I know what they're talking about. And by the way, Homolka here, she is not a saintly figure in the matter, despite what the story may go along. She is an absolute monster herself.
And Carla Homolka, better known by the media as the Ken and Barbie killers.
Yes.
Paul Bernardo was born in 1964 in Scarborough, Ontario.
She was a co-conspirator to the murder and rape. Because it wasn't just a murder. It's not a serial killer. It is a rapist, torturing, sadistic murder couple.
Into an already rather fucked up household. His father abused his older sister, and his mother isolated herself from the family due to depression and agoraphobia. And despite presenting himself as a normal and happy child, Paul was already at a very early age developing violent fantasies. And by the time he got into adulthood, he became the personification of Patrick Bateman.
That's what I was looking for. He was, if I'm not mistaken, is it Warren Scott Ellis or Warren something Ellis, based Patrick Bateman, the novel version of Patrick Bateman, and I suppose also the women that rewrote American Psycho for the movie based Bateman off Paul Bernardo in terms of his appearance. Because he was, I mean, you saw the original photo of the couple together. They do look like the Americans. Like, he does look like a Bateman-esque character, and she looks like the wife of a mafiosa, but she was heavily involved in the murder, so she enjoyed it herself. They look like that type. They had that phenotype.
Handsome, charming, manipulative, and abusive.
Yep.
But without all of the money.
See, the money is what turns it from rape to just rough sex, in my opinion, for a lot of the women. Because not in the case of Paul Bernardo. I'm making a fucking joke here, but yeah, if he had the money involved, they would have probably not called it rape. Let's call it that much. But in all seriousness, though, he was a serial rapist. That I can't deny, and he was a fucking sick fuck.
By the mid to late 1980s, he already had become known as the Scarborough word that rhymes with papist.
Scarborough rapist. I know a lot of VTubers who make react videos will use cutesy language to get around for their ad revenue, possibly algorithmic attention, which I don't really care about. I'm not going to hold my tongue on this. He was a rapist, a serial rapist.
Between 1986 and 1990, he would stalk women as they got off the bus and then snuggle them.
Yeah.
Police were hunting for him, and women were being warned not to walk alone anywhere at night. And in 1990, investigators received tips pointing straight at Paul. He got interviewed by the cops and they took a DNA sample. And then, because the justice system had a fucking 2-year lag spike, the samples just sat there and he remained free.
Yeah. Canadian justice system, everybody. Now it's all about the race part, but back then too, they were equally as incompetent with letting shit like this slide. Fucking hell.
So somewhere between all of the word that rhymes with grape in 1987, Paul met 17-year-old Karla Homolka.
Now, I know everyone just heard the fact that she's 17 when they met. And you would feel sympathy, wouldn't you? And what's about to come up, you try to grasp onto the hope that, well, she really was like led and grouped on by everything. No. When you find about Karla, which I'm not sure if Dank's gonna talk about it, because I will bring it because I know about the story. Karla, in her own right, was a monster.
At a pet convention.
She just needed a guiding hand first.
They got engaged and then got married in 1991. From the outside, they looked like the most painfully normal suburban couple that you could imagine. Normal as it gets, I suppose. I mean, just look at that smile.
Oh.
You have to be deeply disturbed to be that fucking happy about getting married.
Okay, that was kind of.
But anyway, underneath that facade, both of them were complete fucking monsters. Between 1990 and 1992, the horror couple was responsible for the deaths of 3 young girls. Karla's own 15-year-old sister, Tammy Homolka, 14-year-old Leslie Mahaffey, and 15-year-old Kristen French.
In French and Mahaffey, I believe, were the ones that they figured out how to find them. Okay, so let me break down to you the long way here. Okay. This is going to be me recounting true crime. I'm going to be putting the most blunt way, but also the most logistical, like the most by the books, surgical way possible. So, Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka would kidnap these girls. And what they would do is they lure them in with the plea trap of, I need help, my dog's missing, can you come in the van and help us find her, or have you seen my dog? Like, just basically taking advantage of goodwill. Except for, I believe, her sister. Except for Homolka's sister, obviously. What they would do is then they would kidnap them, take them back to their home in the suburbs. And they would tie them up in the basement for over the course of, whether it be days to weeks. And both Homolka and Paul Bernardo were sadomasochists. So they do non-consent BDSM upon their victims and outright torture on these girls. And Homolka in particular, because of what was in the videotapes, because they recorded their crimes as their own personal pornography. And what Homolka would do is they would torture the girls and then they would fuck in front of them sometimes, and then they'd have Paul rape the girls. And Homolka would also rip out and shave the girl's head, and if not, sometimes scalp them by ripping their hair out, because she hated them, because in a sick way, she was also jealous that Paul was raping these girls, which took attention away from her. So a lot of the torture that was not done for sexual gratification, which there was, by the way, a lot of it was done by Karla herself, because she took her vindication upon these girls, that she wasn't getting all that attention from Paul. But Paul and her were into their own BDSM shit. They were into torturing these girls. And for Christine French, and I just forgot the name of the third girl, the middle girl, the reason why people were able to trace them back is because Karla squealed because of abuse on herself, though what she did was monstrous. No one knew until the trial and the deal was done, because I think Danks can get into that, because this is a known case. But Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo would then kill the girls, and then they would chop them up. And what they would then do is get mixed cement, or go to this construction sites with mixed cement, or places with mixed cement, and then cast cement blocks with parts of these girls and dump them into Hamilton Harbor, which is an industrial harbor that's southbound of Scarborough. They would dump them in that harbor. And Hamilton Harbor was where a lot of Italian mobsters used to run out of from Canada, and during the Prohibition all the way up until the 80s and 90s of the John Gotti era. So it was basically a harbor of the dead. And it's a very industrial, murky water with a lot of heavy industry around it. So it's not a clean water. So when construction workers and dock workers found cinder blocks filled with cement and body parts, well, I should tell you what they found. Christine French, I'm not sure what happened to her, but I think the same thing happened, essentially. For Homolka's sister, I don't know, if I recall correctly, what happened to her body. But yeah, that's them.
There was also another...
And how do I know this? Because this story was the growing up of stranger fucking danger. Do not listen to anyone that asks for help. And this was also given to, like, I know these were teenage girls that happened to, but boys especially were taught as well, because if an attractive woman or a woman asks for help, even boys who may not even be of sexual maturity would also ideally be, well, I want to help the nice lady. Of course, you can be swayed with good deeds, or, you know, there's that one PSA they had for kids back then. I remember this too. Oh, my Game Boy needs batteries, or my daughter's Game Boy needs batteries. Could you help me, install them? I don't know how to do this. Can you help me in my van? And they'd pull them in. We were taught this because of this fucking case, right? There are certain cases that, yeah, generally it happens out of, like, what we can use as an example. As kids, we were directly told the story of Bernardo and Homolka with some details censored, of course. The point was driven home hard for us why stranger danger was real, because Homolka and Bernardo were that.
Surviving victim known to the public only as Jane Doe, whose existence would not become known until much later. Now, I'm not going to walk you through all of the gritty details of what they did, because
I just did.
This is still a YouTube video and not a ritual for summoning Satan.
And I ran it clean with what I like, the most rundown version of it, because I can't, the actual stenographer's notes in court of the details involved are so horrific. There's very few cases of abuse, rape, or anything of the sort, or recorded illicit pornography, child pornography too, like this case was, because that's what it was. These were teenage girls nonetheless. That stenographers will note not just the jury, but the judge itself upon viewing any clip of the tape, having gone pale in shock after serving how many decades over horrific murder trials. This one gets to them. This was our case of that, and it was fucking bad.
But the important part for this video is that, yes, these pieces of absolute shit recorded a lot of the things that they did to these girls with a camcorder. Not everything, mind you.
No.
From what we could tell, they never filmed the actual murders themselves. But the 6 tapes showed hours and hours of abuse against the 4 girls. While all of that was happening, the police just kept missing them. They were questioned in connection with other investigations, and yet somehow they just kept getting written off as unlikely suspects. But then, finally, something changed. You see, Paul believed in equality. So naturally, he was not above beating the fuck out of and abusing Carla as well. And on December the 27th, he beat her up so badly that her co-workers became suspicious. They called her family, and her family came to pick her up and remove her from Paul. And they managed to convince her to file a statement against him.
Right.
Then, in February of 1993, the long-forgotten DNA test from 1990 finally came back and identified Paul as the Scabra Papist.
Great.
Paul was put under 24-hour surveillance, and Carla was questioned by the police. She mostly talked about her own abuse, but later that very same night, she admitted to her aunt and uncle that he was in fact the Scabra Papist. And not only that, she also fully confessed that the two of them had been involved in multiple murders.
Yep.
And that she has proof because they recorded it. So Carla, probably seeing no other way out, immediately started negotiating with the prosecutors, presenting herself as a victim and an unwilling accomplice. And before anyone had even fucking seen the recordings, she was...
Because it would have seen what she was doing. She was not unwilling. She was enjoying it.
offered a deal. Testify against Paul, plead guilty to manslaughter, and you'll serve just 12 years. Then the tapes were shown, and the cops very, very quickly saw that she was not just a helpless passenger on this murder train, but she was in fact actively participating in them and enjoying the ride, including all of the crimes against her very own sister.
Yeah.
Then Jane Doe came out and made this entire case even less dependent on Carla's words.
Bingo.
But by then, the plea deal had already been made. And that plea deal later became known in Canada as the
deal with the devil. We call it the deal with the devil. Because it was such an oversight to not just sign a warrant to get the necessary papers for a warrant of the Bernardo household, that it let loose a she-bitch monster who, by the way, after her sentence, she went down and lived in the, I believe, either Aruba or Bahamas for a while, and then she came back up to Quebec. And unfortunately, because how cut the Canadian system is, they kind of protect her. But she didn't move to Montreal, mind you, because Montreal's too expensive for her and her husband. Her current husband, she got married. She got remarried, and some guy is willing to say, I can fix her, guys. And I think they even had kids, unfortunately. How's that for no karmic justice? But I think they moved up to northern Quebec, where it's... Southern Quebec is known for being the more liberal side and the sway state of the province, of where the worst policies and worst people come from in Canada. Second to, basically on par with Vancouver and Toronto and Ottawa. Or when I say Toronto, I mean the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area. Northern Quebec, on the other hand, still retains the original foundations of Quebec, which was the Catholic roots. The Catholic, heavy conservative roots. And while the police will intervene to prevent, you know, as I like to say, Leo Frank case on her, they don't play nice with her. She gets humiliated every time she steps outside the home. And people will lambast her. They don't let her live easy. Her kids, I mean, if she has kids and her husband gets made fun of, her kids, people are kind of indifferent to, because it's like, okay, it's not really, you were born decades after this shit happened. But they don't give her a break. They rip her a fucking new one.
With the devil.
There's just a
Because
goal
it
to step
turns
outside.
out making a bargain before all of the evidence is shown tends to backfire a little bit.
Yeah.
And due to stupid Canadian laws, they couldn't just go, no, actually, never mind, because she technically didn't lie and even told them about the tapes. Even though the tapes later showed that her role in the murders was a lot fucking worse than she had initially said. The tapes themselves had a rather weird legal journey. The police actually searched Paul's house for a full 70 days and they couldn't find them. But Paul later told his lawyer where they were. The lawyer retrieved the tapes, and because lawyers are ontologically fucking evil, he sat on them for months before they were finally handed over to the prosecutor. By the time Paul went to trial in 1995, the recordings had become some of the most sought-after evidence in Canadian history. And while the necessary people like lawyers, judges and court staff all saw the visual material, the public only got parts of the audio.
Right.
Reason being that the victims' families didn't want the full footage being shown in open court.
Rightly so.
The judge thankfully agreed to that, citing that the harm to the families would massively outweigh any benefit to be gained from showing this stuff to the public. And it didn't end there.
No.
The case became such a fucking circus show that the court imposed a publication ban on Carla's preliminary hearing, only for it to be immediately ignored.
Yeah, because Americans don't fuck around. This is the other thing, too. Across the river, mind you, the Americans, yeah, they took action.
American newspapers printed out all of the juicy details because Canadian court bans mean absolutely fucking nothing across the border.
Hell yeah.
So newspapers like the Buffalo News made a full detail print. Then Canadians would smuggle that print back into Canada so that people could read what the media was banned from reporting. And even if that little espionage was somehow stopped...
This is also where this comes up to.
The early internet had...
Yep. The earliest of chat forums were open. This is how people found out.
Spread all of the information anyway. Which was one of the first cases of the legal system finding out that once something exists on the internet, well, good fucking luck putting the toothpaste back into the tube. After the trial in December of 2001, the Canadian justice system, after having no further legal use for the footage and not wanting the recordings to become underground snuff material, decided to destroy the 6 tapes.
Good.
Not misplaced, not sealed away, flat out destroyed. And what remains now are just transcripts, courtroom descriptions, and the knowledge that these tapes once existed. Which honestly is more than enough. No public copy is known to have survived, and any online video claiming to be the tapes is, yet again, even more fakes. Paul was convicted of 3 counts of first-degree murder, and he is serving life in prison. And he has been denied parole 3 times.
Good.
The last time being in November of 2024. As for Carla, she served her 12 years and was released in 2005. And she continues to be one of the most fucking hated people in all of Canada.
Yep.
Though still not hated more than Pierre Trudeau.
Yeah, that was also another thing, too. Pierre got far more hate in a poll, which rightfully so, considering what the fuck he did and what his legacy has caused and what his son caused, and all of his political friends got in power that he invoked in to get in power, and also with the communist advancement in Canada too, behind the scenes. Don't ask about his Cuban connections.
And I'm not making a joke or making that up, by the way. That was an actual poll in 2007. Canada hates their politicians more than actual serial killers. And that's probably more true today than ever. Now, after covering Canada, let's travel to Germany, where one man, upon discovering the internet and all of the
Oh, by the way, yeah, that cannibal one, yeah, we, I think Dankler made a video on this one too, and everyone fucking knows about this case. If you don't, it's weird.
very normal things you can do with it, like piracy, porn, and yelling slurs while
As Kirche Verstaal would say, it is ethical cannibalism, apparently. That's what the people are asking for, ethical cannibalism.
an anime profile picture, he decided to instead use that miracle of human connection to find someone who wanted to be eaten. And he's someone who actually has his very own Mad Lad video on this channel. Armin Meiwes, better known as the Rottenburg Cannibal. He was born in 1961 and his life looked pretty normal. He served in the German military, later worked in IT, and he lived in an old farmhouse in the tiny Lovecraftian arse-named village of Wüstefeld.
Ooh.
Neighbours remembered him as very polite, helpful, and trusted enough to babysit children.
Oh.
And he also dressed up as Santa for them at Christmas. And evil does sometimes wear the skin of the most boring man. Because underneath that very normal-looking exterior, Armin had developed very severe cannibalistic fantasies that he had had since early childhood.
I'm sorry, what?
In 1999, when his reportedly very controlling and overbearing mother had passed away, that fantasy that had been sitting in the back of his skull for years seemed to have moved right to the front seat.
So, and here's the quandary I have to say. This deals with mental crisis and people who have these paraphilias that seem to appear from childhood, if they do. Or they get developed over time. But if it's not without action on their own part, and this is the hardest thing that a lot of people don't understand. I don't give sympathy to a lot of fucking people. I don't. I don't even say I give sympathy to the motherfuckers like this guy and anyone else who claims they have paraphilias that they have. They're like, well, I'm actually not offending them. No, you are a sick fuck. And I say that by, if you have not done anything that you have to give trust to the fucking justice system to show that you haven't done that case, that you don't engage in your paraphilia at all, get fucking medical help if you truly think you are non-offending, because that is the best way just to prove to anyone that you are trying to make a change with something that you know is a horrific, possibly life-ruining, life-ending paraphilia. And that's not like, oh, they're misunderstood. It's like, no. All's up, man the fuck up, go in, now. And if you've not done anything, go the fuck in now. If you have done something, I hope you get fucking arrested for it and charged for it, and I hope that if it's heinous shit, right? Because there's different levels to different forms of paraphilia. But if it's one of the more heinous ones that we all know what I'm talking about, you get a fucking bullet in your head. But if you truly have not done anything, go get the fucking mental help and get a order to have any electronic device taken away from you, so you don't have contact with anyone or don't have access to the internet for the while where you're in your treatment, because there is something deathly wrong with you at that point.
And Armin began frequenting online fetish forums, using the name Antrophagus, and he presented himself as a butcher.
Of course he did.
Because apparently subtlety had left the building a long time ago. In the year 2000...
Motherfuckers like these that will commit this shit don't hide it. They have no clever subtlety, they just try to sound smart, but they'll fucking post out there because they are truly stupid and driven by their desires.
Armin began posting ads online for, and I quote, a well-built 18 to 30-year-old to be slaughtered and then consumed. And he posted this ad on the forum Nullo, which was a forum dedicated to emasculation.
Of course. Germans.
How the fuck do you even find a website for that? But anyway...
Fucking Germans get off to everything. Ever since the war, German... Well, we can say why, since the Third Reich, the Germans have had a downward spiral going far past the Weimar. kind of like the Weimar was marching to the way they are now, and we've been too far deep into that. Let's not do that. Pull back, serious, pull back. Yeah. Instead of eating shit and having women do disgusting and try to push disgusting laws for heinous crimes or decriminalization of terrible acts, and depending on your skin color, you can basically get away with raping a child in a pool. Ask how that one actually basically did. That one Muslim who claimed a sexual emergency and raped a 5-year-old boy in a public pool. What I'm trying to get at here, in Germans, if you don't know about this, is that you guys should start wearing Gott mit uns in your belt buckles again, and going to church. And, well, I just think you should go a little bit further to clean up the mess again, because you guys are in a deep shithole right now.
He also posted this on other websites, including one called Cannibal Cafe.
Oh, okay.
So, because
How is that not a fed honeypot?
we are absolutely fucking doomed as a species and destined to burn in hell forever, a lot of people actually responded to these ads. But most of them backed out when they realised that Armin was not just fucking role-playing.
No.
However, one person did not back out. In February of 2001, a 43-year-old Berlin engineer named Bernd Jürgen Brandes answered one of the ads.
Why?
And Bernd was not simply looking to just be eaten. According to the more detailed court records, his main fetish was castration.
What the fuck?
He was willing to let Armin kill and eat him afterwards in exchange for carrying out that specific part.
Oh.
And somehow that little detail makes this entire situation not less disturbing, but a lot more German. On March the 9th, 2001, Bernd took a train to visit Armin. And Armin expected to at least spend a few days with the guy so that they could really get to know each other.
Yeah.
Buy me a drink first before I chop you up and vor you. But Bernd insisted that they get down and dirty that very same day. Then he changed his mind, bought a return ticket, and then came back again anyway. So they set up the camera. And what followed was a 4-hour-long recording of what could be considered the most fucked up amateur cooking show ever produced.
Hannibal Lecter's, what is this? Is this... So if Hannibal Lecter is the Gordon Ramsay of cannibalism, will this guy be the Ainsley Harriott of cannibalism? Give your meat a good old rap. Yeah, boy.
Documented the meeting, the mutilation.
No,
the
wait,
killing.
no, they already have General Buck Naked for that. What would be a good one? Not Bourdain. This guy does not seem like a Bourdain. What celebrity German chef is there? Post your answers in the comments, I suppose.
The dismemberment and the consumption, all in an eerily methodical calm that reportedly made it even more disgusting than it already was for the unfortunate police officers who had to watch it. After eating his fill, Armin stored all of the body parts in his freezer, and over the next 10 months he ate most of the remaining flesh. And then, because he wanted seconds, he went right back online to look for more volunteers. And he tried to arrange dozens more dinner dates. All of them backed out. But that is how he finally got caught. In 2002, an Austrian student found one of Armin's posts and asked him if he had actually killed anyone. And Armin just admitted to it. And of course, he was immediately reported to the police. The police eventually found him. They searched his farmhouse and they found what remained of Bernd in the freezer. And more importantly, they recovered the tape. And that started one of the strangest legal cases that I had the misfortune of researching because, and we actually had this debate during the last video as well, if someone consents to being murdered and eaten, does that make it murder? Or assisted suicide? Or the lesser German offence of killing on demand? But to make it short and clear, Armin's first trial was in 2004. He was convicted of manslaughter and he got an 8.5-year sentence, with Bernd's consent playing a major role in the ruling. Then prosecutors appealed it, and in 2006, Armin was retried. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison after the court ruled that he had killed for sexual gratification and could reoffend.
See, I have to pause here just to take this all in because what the fuck? To consensual murder and cannibalism is just beyond me how you go about doing that, but it was enough that with constant consent and sobriety in the process that they don't know how to charge him for it.
His request for early release was rejected in 2017 and again in 2020. And another request for early release is currently being dealt with as of recording this video. The tape itself, of course, was never released to the public. A 19-minute excerpt was shown during the trial, but the full recording has never been released. And like a lot of other videos on this list, all videos online claiming to be the Rothenburg cannibal footage are all fake. The only problem that remains is the philosophical debate and arguments that still go on about this case to this day. Yes, Bernd consented to it, but I'll argue, quite reasonably I believe, that a person cannot, with a sound mind, consent to getting his fucking dick chopped off. Let's move on from a tape that definitely exists and absolutely should not be watched to one that might not even exist at all, depending on which dead investigator, Hollywood dirt digger, or FBI-shaped shadow that you want to believe. The JFK sex tapes.
This one is going to at least after the past two cases, this one should be light enough to digest because, I mean, John F. Kennedy was a poonhound, let's be real. I'm not going to spend 10 whole minutes explaining who the fuck John F. Kennedy was. No. Quick summary. 35th President of the United States, allegedly PT boat captain, war hero, yeah. In the head in 1963 by Lee Harvey Oswald, and he treated marriage vows like an optional side quest. Moving on, the important part for this video is that JFK had a very strong reputation of not being able to keep his dick in his pants. He was just an absolute rampant shagger. And not just with random women that nobody cared about. I'm talking about actresses, interns, White House staff, mob-connected women, and even, possibly, spies. The most famous woman that he absolutely did pump was Marilyn Monroe. Oh, kitschy. Okay, well, welcome aboard here. This is the JFK sex tapes. Her Happy Birthday, Mr. President performance in 19... No, this is an alleged lost media that probably doesn't exist. 1962 basically threw a fuckload of gasoline onto the already existing rumors that... I mean, I know Marilyn was a bit nutty, but even by standards of the 60s, even though the 60s, like, they would call her very curvaceous and call her a little bit more of a plumpier one, because by the time Marilyn was popping off in the late 40s, early 50s, it was the Twiggy era, but she was the one that really brought that, the curvy style of Americana. Still would. I think anyone who saw Marilyn would just say would. Were floating around about her and JFK.
Stories claimed that they were banging around 1961 and 1962.
Yes.
And some even claimed that Marilyn Monroe believed that JFK would leave his wife Jackie for her. But by itself, JFK fucking Marilyn Monroe is not lost media.
No, we know about this.
That's just gossip. And that brings us to Peter Lawford. Lawford was an actor and part of the Rat Pack.
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra's Hollywood party crew.
Fucking Sammy Davis here howling is pretty funny.
And he was also JFK's brother-in-law through his marriage to Patricia Kennedy. In other words, he was the main bridge between the Kennedys, Sinatra, Hollywood, and Marilyn. If JFK wanted to move through the Hollywood world without it looking like official business, Lawford was the guy who could make that happen.
Seemingly.
And his beach house was rumoured to be one of the Kennedy Hollywood hangout spots. Then in comes Fred Otash. The guy
I mean, he does look like an informant.
who gives this entire story.
Very much next Mediterranean European.
Its actual lost media part. Otash was a private investigator and professional Hollywood dirt digger who worked around tabloids, celebrity gossip, phone bugs, and was generally very well known for being a walking wiretap.
God damn.
He worked with Hollywood Research Incorporated, a private detective agency connected to the tabloid magazine Confidential. And according to his story, he bugged Lawford's beach house and captured audio of JFK and Marilyn Monroe doing the dirty. That's the supposed big one. The presidential porno story that keeps popping up every few years.
Right.
This is the annoying part though. No verified JFK and Marilyn Monroe sex tape or audio recording has ever been publicly released or even acknowledged.
I just think it's all hearsay because even if JFK was moving unofficially with the Rat Pack at that time, the CIA and Secret Service would be surrounding his ass before the Israelis wanted him dead, mind you, because JFK pissed off a lot of people, including Mossad, mind you that, but I think they would have kept an eye on him at that time too, as handlers. But the unfortunate thing is that all I'm hearing right now, in my head, is the Clone High version of JFK, that voice, but with sexual grunting and moans. I can't do it. Like your funny words, Magic Man.
Not a single one. Fred Otash's claims exist, the gossip exists, the actual chronological lore exists, but the actual recording itself is either gone, hidden, destroyed, or simply never even existed in the first place.
Supposedly.
The only reason people still believe it exists is because JFK's sex life was an absolute fucking security nightmare. Let's go through some of them.
Oh, here we
Judith
go.
Exner was a socialite who claimed that Frank Sinatra had introduced her to JFK, and later she became a go-between for JFK and Chicago mob boss Sam Giancana.
Oh, lovely.
And they also fucked. I mean, Judith and JFK, not JFK and Giancana.
Ugh.
Fucking hell, that'd be a juicy one, wouldn't it? But anyway, Mimi Alford was another girl, and she was a...
Well, now we have actual live OnlyFans porno of gay senators fucking in the Senate of the White House now. So I guess there's that.
19-year-old White House intern who wrote about an 18-month love affair with JFK beginning in 1962.
Oh, he was fucking.
Mary Pinchot Meyer
John was
an artist
fucking anyone.
and a friend of Jackie Kennedy and the ex-wife of CIA official Cord Meyer. She was fucking JFK, and then in 1964, after JFK died, she was mysteriously murdered in Georgetown. in a
Ooh.
case that is still unsolved to this day. You think that's the end of the list?
No.
Well, it's fucking not. And stop underestimating the sheer shagging prowess of JFK. Priscilla Ware and Jill Cowan were two White House
Oh, you know he was on the double team with them.
secretaries nicknamed Fiddle and Faddle. Pretty good, actually, because they were so close to JFK and constantly following him around. They also were most likely fucking him as well. Marlene Dietrich fucked both JFK and his dad.
Oh, Dietrich. Oh, Dietrich is. Oh, that's a story. East German girl, celebrity, known spy.
Angie Dickinson, Blaze Starr, Anita Ekberg, and notably one Ellen Romich,
Oh no, it was Romich. That was it. It was not Dietrich. It was Romich.
a German girl who lived in East Germany, and she was also suspected to be a spy. Which caused a bit of a panic in Washington because it was the Cold War and JFK may or may not have leaked confidential information to this potential spy. All because he couldn't keep his bratwurst in his frying pan.
Nope.
So, after that little list, the entire sex tape rumour has way, way more validity. If you're being an absolute fucking poonhound like that, and you are also the president in the heyday of Cold War wiretaps, then someone is going to catch something. However, nobody has ever been able to prove that this recording ever even existed. But come on, we all know it's out there somewhere.
Oh, it definitely is.
And nothing bad ever happens to a Kennedy.
That is the worst fucking JFK impersonation. Nothing bad ever happened. Fuck, I'm worse.
I really need to work on that.
I'm at this point now where my voice is too fucked up. Oh, here we go. Ooh. So, who's ready to rock and roll?
Anyway, let's talk about even more people who got absolutely fucked by a president. 9/11, and for this one, I'm actually going to put two pieces of lost media together because they both come from the same event in history. And these pieces of lost media are LOL Superman and
Oh, I just had a fucking panic attack hearing that one.
the Dancing Israelis. So let's start with the Dancing Israelis.
Please.
Feels like it all started with them, but
I kinda did.
anyway, now I don't know if you guys have heard, but on September the 11th, 2001, there was this huge terrorist attack thing that made the world that we grew up in not exist anymore. And right after the first tower was hit, 5 Israeli men pulled into the parking lot of an apartment building in New Jersey, right across the Hudson River from Manhattan, where they had a perfect view of the spectacle. From there, the Israelis started filming everything from the roof of their white van. Now, filming the towers falling wasn't strange by itself.
No, because, I mean, the thing with 9/11, you have to realize that the footage of the actual New York strike, because remember, the 9/11 had the four aircraft, and while it very much did happen, circumstances of what happened is weirdly concerning. Like, how everyone was just of importance was moved out of the Pentagon that one day, and all the files that had the audit that where billions of dollars went to was suddenly transferred the day prior to the side of the Pentagon where the plane struck. And that the Pennsylvania hijackers, when the passengers revolted, just opted just to nosedive it instead of going all the way to DC, even though they had a locked door. But for the New York strike, the footage, of course, the second plane hitting is everywhere. Everyone had footage of the towers collapsing, the second plane hitting. The first plane hitting was actually, by coincidence, just by camcorders recording the New York City skyline. You hear a plane fly overhead very low. It's like, what the hell's that fucking noise? It's very loud. You look at me and see that shit. That's the only known footage we have of the Tower 1 strike. Was it South Tower strike? It was the first one that got hit? Or was it North Tower that got hit first? I can't remember, but it was the first strike.
Fucking Planet would have done so if they had been there and had a camera. But witnesses said that the Israelis were smiling.
And in the 9/11 rubble, if I remember correctly, there was another angle that I'm not sure if Dank's going to talk about. That some people within the actual towers recorded the aftermath of the initial strike and had camcorders running as a final goodbye before they themselves jumped or when the tower fell. That footage apparently is out there somewhere, and I'd imagine it's very grisly to watch.
Dancing, posing, and high-fiving each other.
Yes, but it is back to the dancing
Allegedly,
release.
they were high-fiving each other and having the time of their lives like it was the volleyball scene from Top Gun. While New York was actively on fucking fire. So obviously the police were immediately notified and they put out an APB on the van. And later that afternoon, the 5 men were all arrested. Sivan Kurzberg, Paul Kurzberg, Oded Elner, Yaron Shmuel, and Omar Mamari. They worked for a moving company called Urban Moving System, which was owned by a guy named Dominic Suter. The police searched the van and found foreign passports and around $4,700 in cash. There was also a box cutter.
Which would make sense, because it was a fronted moving company. Now, there's also something I want to bring you about this Israeli story, is that what I always found retarded, and you often hear this, is that a lot of people outside of America will try to dunk on Americans for questioning 9/11 itself, surprisingly. They themselves will always shit on the American government and American people, but when it comes to questioning the very government that they shit on, a lot of foreigners... Yes, Yellowstone. And what I was saying, though, is that many foreigners will shit on the United States for question, like people of the United States who question 9/11 have so-called conspiracy theories about it. No one believes 9/11 was faked. It was like, it just never happened. 9/11 being set up and staged, that is what people are saying, and the evidence is very much pointing to either knowledgeable neglect, but more likely a lot of interior factors working with each other, with different branches of the same intelligence agencies trying to figure out what the fuck was going on behind the scenes, while the other branch of the intelligence agency was actively pushing along 9/11. It's a mess, to say the least. It's just I never liked when, especially because Brit Bongs are AI alive. Yellowstone, I hate to break it to you. We're talking about 9/11. Why am I going to answer a question about AI right now? Right? Do you understand maybe why, if you go to other channels, like why people want to get fed up with you? It's not because of the shit you say. It's just your timing to hijack the chat. Like, come on. Anyway, that's not the question to answer right now. We're talking about 9/11. Norm Macdonald's favorite holiday. My point being is that you see this all the time, especially with the British YouTubers. They're like, "Oh, mate, how could they ever believe that this stuff could ever happen, mate? How could you ever believe that 9/11 was just not what it seems, mate? Oh, you Americans are so stupid." Did a plane hit the Pentagon? A plane did hit the Pentagon. Size of the jet, we don't know. Like, I doubt it. It's such a hard thing to say about the Pentagon strike, because there is no actual footage of the plane striking the Pentagon. The security camera has such a horrific angle, you can't even see the jet making contact. All we know is that conveniently, all the papers relating to the audit, the military audit was there. Because I remember the Pentagon strike. Okay. Well, if you remember that, then great. My point is just the circumstances. But I barely remember. Okay. There's just so much shit around 9/11. And it's not even the shock of how could this happen. It was, the more we look into it, the more you realize this whole thing was a complete setup to begin with. But who directly pulled the strings? And there's a plane in the White House. Yes, I know about the Pennsylvania, the one that didn't reach the Pennsylvania passenger revolt. But there was so much shit involved. We don't know who's pulling the strings of the true operation of 9/11. Because while we were already in Afghanistan at that time, going against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, there was an excuse to look, for example, the Iraqi excuse to go after Iraq. And while it was feigning that the yellow cake incident would have made the perfect excuse for it in the aluminum tubes, it was also that to say the hijackers came from Iraq, which no, none of the hijackers were from Iraq in the first place. Majority of them were from Saudi Arabia. So everything just going behind the scenes was, we don't know, like, I know who was probably pulling strings, but I don't have the certainty that say that they were the 100% ones pulling the strings behind it, because it was an amalgamation of different intelligence agencies and different corporations working together in unison with them to get certain goals done. It was a massive fucking operation. And it was a breach to take civil liberties away from the American people and to instill a new world standard.
But I mean, that just makes sense because, you know, moving company. But clapping, cheering, shucking and hyucking while the towers fell was treated by the authorities as a...
Now, people also, usually boomers especially, will deny this ever happening, because a lot of boomers have the affinity, of course, for Israel, but mainly, too, is that when Trump brought this up on one of his speeches, and I don't even trust Trump for the most part, but when Trump brought this shit up in a speech, people were like, oh, that's crazy, and then the footage, the supposed footage of the Israelis dancing was circled about, and confirmation about this case was brought back up, including all the legal documentation around the case was brought back up too. It's like, no, there was something going on. It's just try and explain that to a boomer, because they don't. They would rather hear the man on the goy box tell them everything. So as JFK's files turned out, most of the conspiracy theories were true. Yeah.
Very serious security threat. Serious enough that the men were all detained for more than 2 months, questioned by the FBI, and then eventually deported.
Or like how the Southern Poverty Law Center was, for the past 2.5 decades, were funding any form of white supremacist groups, aka guys just taking money to cosplay as white supremacist groups, and any other white supremacist organization or extreme right-wing organization were fed boys marching around in gay little uniforms, and with neatly folded flags that were just stripped from the factory.
Back to Israel for immigration violations. Back in Israel,
How convenient.
several of the men appeared on TV, and one of them commented, "The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event."
Your purpose was to document the event. That sounds rather suspicious.
What a very, very strange choice of words. But anyway, they were basically trying to say that they were just
Hand rubbing
filming it,
intensifies.
which doesn't explain all of the laughing, clapping, and dancing. Now,
Correct.
this is where things get
Now, let's talk about the tunnels.
a little bit messier. After the arrest, the FBI searched Urban Moving Systems offices, and they questioned the owner, Dominic Suter, who later also fled back to Israel before any further investigation could happen.
You know, isn't it funny that when someone when someone of Israeli descent does something, because it can somehow get dual citizenship, no problem to get for both the United States and Israel, can really just flee back to Israel and just disappear into into the woods, the theoretical woods.
And his name apparently appeared later again on a 2002 FBI suspect list connected to the wider 9/11 investigation. One Urban Moving Systems employee also told the FBI that after the attack, she heard one of the previously detained Boogie and Bergs say something along the lines of, "Now you see what they are capable of doing. The US will have to get involved now."
Allegedly. As I have to do the Squirrely Dan. I have to do the Squirrely Dan allegedly. Because after a month after 9/11 happened, a lot of the Pentagon hit disappeared. People filmed all three, hundreds of civilians filmed all three, exactly. At this point, camcorders were everywhere, and this was different compared to a individual's tragedy. This is a national fucking tragedy. Everyone knew this was a massive attack, so documentation was everywhere.
Which is exactly the kind of line that keeps the conspiracy forums pumping and jumping.
Yep.
Though there's never been any definitive proof that one of these guys actually said that.
It is hearsay, unfortunately.
And to add even more fuel to the fire, there were also later claims and arguments about some explosive residue in the van, as well as intelligence links, failed polygraphs, and so on and so on.
Well, if people remember this too, is that in, I believe, the South Tower parking lot, there was a Taliban attack in 93 or 98 with a exploding van. And I believe that the thermite explosive charge, the thermite explosion that went off was unable to also melt through the steel of the tower's support girder that they were trying to destroy. That begs the question for me of, sorry, it wasn't thermite. No, I forgot no, nitroglycerin charge they use. It wasn't thermite. Nitroglycerin charge they use. That begs the question is, I mean, that's another pile in the mystery of, anything regarding vans. And there's just a lot of shit involved that is completely shady too. Also, let's not look into the insurance claim and an insurance policy taken out by the owner of the real estate agency that owned the plaza where the World Trade Center was.
But the important
And also, don't talk about Tower 7. That one you should not talk about, because that totally just happened on its own.
Is the FBI investigated them, didn't prove anything, and that's about it. So, where is the lost media part? Well, it's the footage that these jiving Jews were filming. The footage, which people would imagine would show them dancing and celebrating, has never ever been released in a clean or verified form. There
That was
are
the problem.
arrest photos, reports, and interviews that can be dug up, but the actual footage itself never got out. And the story has been rotting in someone's basement ever since. Speaking of 9/11 footage that people are rather obsessed with, let's talk about a video called LOL Superman.
Oh, God. So, this one is interesting, to say the least, because I have heard of it. Thankfully, I'm not going to make claim to I've seen it, though I did see something similar to this. So, when I was a kid, and this is me, because I was very much a history buff, and I had started getting into, well, in our school, in the school system, they would have us review modern day news stories at that time when I was in school. And it was stuff about, when I say about Gaza, it's not the current shit with Gaza, it was the stuff that's going on with Gaza. It's the Gaza strip a decade and a half ago. The thing is, we would be given these news articles to discern, dissect, and give opinions on it. Mainly, you had to go with the right opinion that the teacher said. We also had books on 9/11, about the heroes of 9/11, and it was different. I was this, for some reason, I had this weird, at the time, obsession with 9/11 at the time, of just understanding what had happened, because it was 2 years before I was born, so it was a, how should I put it, a bit of a mystery, if you will, of what the world was beforehand, and how everything changed on that one day. And especially this it just really peaked after Bin Laden was killed by SEAL Team 6. That being said, though, I remember in one of the books I was reading that the firefighters recount of jumpers. And I remember I was reading more articles and seeing more documents and interviews with different firefighters recalling, and when they brought up the jumpers, I got curious. I'm like, oh, what is this? And there are many photos you can see of the jumpers in free fall. Thankfully, I never saw any videos of it, but I saw, unfortunately, submitted tabloid documentation of the splat down of a couple of jumpers. This was from some tabloid documentary, and this is I think on Google images or in a basic Google search. This is me researching what was 9/11 jumpers, and in the image bar, this is I think this is before Safe Search. It's back in Google Images in the early 2010s, and I saw the splat down of remains of a couple of the jumpers. I'm not traumatized or scarred by it, but just talking about it is it's kind of something when you remember it, it is quite grotesque to think about, but unfortunately, just like most war footage, it's something that at the time, a lot of the people recording it weren't thinking of shock value or, oh, this would be funny for me to spin around. No, it was, holy fuck, what the hell is going on? It's the end of days. And this was any form of to grasp and really hold the nation in the terror of what it was. This stuff, even amongst tabloids and news media, was broadcasted, and the more edgier news media broadcasted this around to really help spark that nationwide fervorance around 9/11. Oh, hang on. Just Sonic Swaghog on YouTube. Hang on, I can't. Hang on, let me pop over to YouTube here quickly. Apparently, I'm not getting your footage on my end. Let's go here. I didn't see your text, Sonic. My boy Sonic Swaghog. No, why am I not? Why is it not showing for me? Hang on. What's going on here? Just follow. Oh, Sonic Swaghog just followed. No shit. Okay. I'm sorry. But as I was saying, this is very kind of hard to talk about. But yeah, no. Shit. So. 9/11's jumpers it's a very surreal thing to talk about, because after talking about all the conspiracy stuff, you think, okay, well, it's all this shit around it. You forget there's actual people that died in that attack regardless. And when you see the free fall of innocent men and women, it is painful, to say the least. You can make jokes about it. I mean, I've seen plenty of hilarious edits of that one pig character from Barnyard in place of one of the jumpers, and it's kind of okay, yeah, but when you remember, it's, yeah. And I wish I could forget, about seeing those photos, but I suppose it does bring the point home that you gotta look at the world nitty-gritty sometimes. I mean, I've seen plenty of horrific war photos from the Vietnam War that were posted in like publications for, to really spread the message of, oh, America bad. But I've seen enough war footage and shit from the Africa conflict in the 80s of like, whether it be the Pathé or any form of other like, publication covering it of just like the raw footage of what they had, what they were willing to share. It was just like, this is the shit that's going on. And I feel like that does give it can make you a nihilist, but it can also give you an appreciation towards what life can be. If you don't fall into the pit of trying to hyper-consume stuff and fixating on it like a lot of people do and become sick from it.
Which is somehow both simple and confusing. You see, LOL Superman is the name given to an early internet shock video.
Now, also, from what I recall, because I have heard of the story about LOL Superman, once again, same for I've not seen the video and I don't intend to. But I am probably acutely aware of what it entails. That being said, what I remember correctly about LOL Superman is that that's not the actual name of the video. But that was the top comment, apparently, on the video that people associate and name the title because some edgelord put LOL Superman as the first response to it on the foremost post, and that just became the de facto title in post because it was a shock video, and it's a good way to have rename for a shock file, essentially.
And it has been described as extremely graphic close-up footage from the World Trade Center's plaza showing people who had jumped from the towers and turned themselves into trifle. Some claims are that the video circulated on shock sites way back in the day. And some people, including me, swear they've seen it before.
And if I remember correctly, Dank's not covering this. I have remember a YouTuber who covers like lost media or like this spoke about this, where he said it was not just the aftermath like I spoke of in those news coverage images. It was the actual people hitting the ground like from the descent.
Seriously, I am about 80% certain that I saw this video a very, very long time ago.
Then again, there's also unfortunately, there's tons of videos of people recording suicides or, I mean, for Christ's sake, China had all those live leak videos from security cameras. People will probably see enough people go splat that they just had someplace that looks slightly similar to the World Trade Center Plaza and just called it fucking 9/11.
But no verified copy exists. What remains are memories, arguments, alleged screenshots, and a bunch of people saying that they definitely remember it. So, could footage like that exist? Unfortunately,
yes.
9/11 was one of the most filmed disasters in human history. And there are a lot of videos and photos of people falling or jumping from the towers. The concept of it existing is not impossible. But a specific video called LOL Superman with the close-up impact footage that everybody was talking about has never been confirmed, and by this point, the archive community leans more towards the entire thing being a hoax.
Seemingly so.
A combination of other misremembered, fucked up clips, or a shock site myth that got more detailed the more and more times it was repeated. Or it could be just another example of the Mandela effect. 9/11 footage sits in a very weird place. It was filmed by the news, security cameras, firefighters, police, and random people on the street, but because the event was so massive and so traumatic, a lot of the more disturbing stuff was restricted or simply never uploaded in the first place. And when it comes to footage that is missing from such a huge event, the internet usually does what it does and fills in the gaps.
Oh boy, MK Ultra.
Boy, I sure am fond of the government, you know, that little institution that always tells you that everything is fine and that they definitely do not experiment on people. What a very weird thing to bring up out of nowhere. But anyway, they also somehow keep losing important paperwork in the shredder right after people started asking too many questions about why everything smells like LSD and amphetamine.
Yeah.
MK Ultra was a very real, very classified, and very fucking illegal CIA human experimentation program, and probably one of the most important pieces of lost government media in modern history. Because the CIA spent years experimenting on real human beings. And then when people started noticing, they just started deleting, burning, and shredding absolutely everything related to the program.
Because why not?
MK Ultra officially began in 1953 under the then CIA director Alan Dulles and chemist Sidney Gottlieb, and it ran until the early 1970s. MK was a prefix tied to its Office of Technical Services, while the Ultra part was either just something they slapped on there to make the paperwork go a lot smoother, or to signify its ultra-sensitive nature. And it grew out of earlier projects like Bluebird and Artichoke, which are a whole other can of worms which I might open up at one point. The CIA believed that enemy governments like the Soviets, the Chinese, and the North Koreans were developing brainwashing technology. So they decided to make their own version, which of course meant secretly drugging their own people and calling it research.
Okay.
The goal being to study mind control, interrogation, psychological manipulation, truth serums, and memory wiping. And it wasn't just a few weirdos giggling in a basement looking at a lava lamp.
No.
The entire project involved an ungodly amount of LSD, mescaline, barbiturates, amphetamines, and a bunch of other really, really fucky drugs.
Jesus.
The program had around 150 smaller sub-projects spread around universities, hospitals, prisons, pharmaceutical companies, military facilities, and CIA front organizations all across the United States and Canada. And the victims were mostly people who couldn't do anything to fight back, like prisoners, hospital patients, drug abusers, and unaware civilians. I say mostly.
Yeah. And famously, though, Ted Kaczynski was involved in this.
Because even CIA employees and military personnel were drugged without being told what the fuck was happening. One of the most notorious pieces of MK Ultra lore was Operation Midnight Climax, where the CIA actually set up whole brothels and secretly dosed the male customers of these brothels with LSD, and then watched them through a one-way mirror.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a real sentence. There were, in fact, taxpayer-funded government acid brothels.
That sounds like something that happens nowadays, but unironically for just the sick pleasure of people living off your dime.
At least the guests were having the time of their lives.
I will say at least they're doing
Probably trying to fuck a lamp or something because they thought it was a unicorn. Then there was Canada, where psychiatrist Donald Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal carried out experiments involving depatterning and psychic driving. In normal words, depatterning means trying to wipe a person's mind back to factory settings with drugs, electroshock, forced sleep, or sensory abuse, so that they could wipe a person back to day one and then reprogram them. While psychic driving means continuously looping the same audio at a person over and over again for days and sometimes weeks, and many people that went through all of that stuff developed anxiety, depression, permanent mental damage, or they ended up being driven to self-delete.
Yep.
And this is where the lost media part comes in. Surviving records and later investigations showed that MK Ultra and other related projects all produced notes, reports, research material, and of course, video and audio recordings, with some sessions being filmed for later analysis. Because if you are secretly drugging and psychologically torturing a bunch of random people, you need good documentation.
Right, right. Just keep an eye on those, your results, right? Totally not for your own sadomasochistic pleasure.
At least until that documentation becomes legally inconvenient. Now, we don't know for sure exactly what was recorded, but conspiracy theorists believe it showed people on LSD, interrogation tests, sensory deprivation, hypnosis sessions, electroshock procedures, and other attempts to push human beings past their limits, where research stops being research and starts becoming felony charges. And some of the darker claims, like sexual manipulation and trauma-based control, actually come from the real MK Ultra related evidence. One of the victims of MK Ultra was Frank Olson, an army biochemist involved in biological warfare research. He was secretly dosed with LSD in 1953 and died days later after falling from a New York hotel window. The official story, of course, changed over time.
Of course it
His
did.
family challenged this version of events, and his death became one of the most well-known MK Ultra related cases. Whether I myself see it as suicide, negligence, or something darker, there is no answer that I can give that makes the government not look like complete pieces of shit.
No.
And that brings us to 1973. Watergate was already happening. The Nixon cover-up scandal was exploding and Congress was getting rather noisy. So CIA Director Richard Helms ordered all MK Ultra records to be wiped off the map completely.
I mean, they could just do it. They've done before with how much other shit we've had. They only keep documents around if they know they can use it for exploitation. They use it for personal use. MK Ultra was just nothing but bad, just completely bad on their end. So, yeah, it happened, but fuck you. You can't get the paperwork for it. Oh, and it really didn't happen, did it? Shut the fuck up.
Including any and all video and audio recordings of the study. And sadly, the destruction worked almost perfectly. Because when MK Ultra was exposed
Stargate Project. I am aware of Stargate. I am aware of Stargate, don't you worry.
in the 70s, the investigators were working with just scraps. And the only reason that we know as much as we do is because around 20,000 pages of financial documents funding the project survived by accident. So in the end, the CIA got caught lacking. The surviving documents proved that yes, MK Ultra was in fact real, it was massive, and it was also very, very fucking unethical. But the documents were also incomplete. They showed funding projects.
Sub-Project 68 Yellowstone, he already covered us. He already covered the Donald Ewan Cameron project from Montreal. Like he just covered the Alamo. He just covered Sub-Project 68. That was part of his files that he was just talking about.
Names, involved institutions, and enough horror to make you wonder what the destroyed files themselves actually contained. If the surviving papers were this bad, then imagine what the fuck the actual recorded footage must have been like. We most likely will never know. No authentic raw MK Ultra footage has ever been released. All we have are half-burned documents and testimonies. And I'm not sure I even want to see that. It's one thing seeing a video of someone dying, but to watch a man being isolated, drugged, hypnotized, and psychologically broken over a matter of what could have been weeks, well, that just kind of hits in a different way that I don't
Yeah.
even want to start imagining.
No. What the fuck? Silent Hill? At least it's something a bit
After
lighter.
all of these absolutely horrible ones, let's have a nice, softer entry before my search history gets me put on a list.
It probably already is now.
Gets me put on even more lists. So let's talk about PT. And yes, before you start screeching, I know that you can literally watch full playthroughs of PT on YouTube. I know that there are hundreds of breakdown, lore, speedrun, reaction, full 6-hour ASMR video essays
Yep,
all
whatever
over
you could
YouTube
want.
about this game. I know that. So technically, you can still see the game. But you can't play it anymore. At least not by official means.
No.
Also, fuck you, it's my video. I want at least one entry where nobody gets fucking killed, drugged, or splattered on some concrete. PT, short for Playable Teaser, came out on August the 12th, 2014, as a free download on the PlayStation Store. And this was done to promote a new and upcoming Silent Hill game. It was announced at Gamescom as a spooky new horror demo from the fake studio 7780 Studio, a pseudonym for Kojima Productions.
Yep.
Now, I am an absolutely massive Kojima fanboy.
Now, if you want my opinions on Kojima, they're mixed, because Kojima is a fart sniffer of his own making. He is also full of himself and has a lot of things I disagree with politically. However, that being said, I will not be a fanboy and, oh my god, he's the best director of all time, an absolute masterclass of cinema for most of his games. Kojima makes good stuff. He does a lot of great things for his stuff. He's just, I won't say he's avant-garde, but he puts more effort in than a lot of people in the West do. He's not the end-all be-all, but he's not the devil either. Okay?
No irony, really, I absolutely love the guy and I love his games. But I am one of the very, very rare Kojima fans that can fully acknowledge that he can be an absolute fanny sometimes. And
Like
the
Mario and
name
Princess Peach.
7780 was not random. 7,780 square kilometers is roughly the area size of Shizuoka Prefecture in Japan. And Shizuoka kind of sounds like Silent Hill in Japanese.
Yeah.
Shizuka meaning silent and Oka meaning hill. Shizuoka. And that is actually kind of clever. Especially for Kojima. A man who will name a mute girl Quiet, a tar pilot Tarman, a sentient doll Dollman, and then stare at you waiting for you to clap about the symbolism.
I still remember when they got him for was it Zootopia 2 for like fucking promotions, and I just kind of sat there going, because they also use him. I think got a cameo in the Japanese release of it. I'm just kind of sitting there going, Kojima, what the fuck are you doing? Just like for the money, it's just like, Kojima, what the fuck, man?
I can't wait for him to invent a new character that diddles people, and he calls him Diddy. The entire point of this Smoke and Mirrors marketing campaign was to hide the fact that this game was actually a huge Kojima project.
Yep.
Because he didn't want just another trailer with some sad music and then a logo slapped at the end.
Oh.
He wanted an interactive teaser that players had to shit their pants to get through, solve, and slowly realize that they were secretly announcing a new Silent Hill game. And somehow, that really worked. People played it, finished it, and realized what it was. A brand new Silent Hill game by Hideo Kojima and Guillermo del Toro.
Hell yeah.
With Norman Reedus revealed as the main character. And Every single horror fan had a collective orgasm. By September of 2014, this demo already had over 1 million downloads.
Right.
The demo itself was very, very simple on paper. You wake up in a house and walk through the same hallway over and over again.
Kind of cliche.
That's it. One hallway, one bathroom, and a loop. It sounded like the cheapest fucking horror concept imaginable, until you actually played it. And then you realised that with every loop you made, something changes.
Seemingly.
A door opens, a light flickers, a radio starts playing. Oh god, there's a fetus in the fucking sink. What the fuck, Kojima?
Kojima, what the fuck, man?
And there was also Lisa, the ghostly, disgusting woman who spends the entire demo reminding you that your neck can, in fact, twist vertically 180 degrees. And what is very, very cool and also very, very creepy is that years later, some people actually managed to hack the game camera and they discovered one of the coolest fucking details about the game. Lisa is always behind you.
You bitch.
So all of those footsteps, shadows, and horrible noises that you could hear were not just spooky atmospheric stuff. That fucking bitch was literally right behind you.
Alright, squeal the fuck up. I'm right here, baby. I'm right fucking here. No more cheap tricks. I'm right here, bitch. Look me in the fucking eyes. Here, you know what? I'm gonna go to that church with the ghost nun, and I'm gonna go buck naked, rock hard, ready to fuck, jerking off, square dead in the eye and say, come on! You want me? Come fucking get me. I'm right here.
You the
Not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
entire time. What also made PT so amazing was the fact that it didn't rely on just a monster, cheap jump scares, or 80-page lore dumps. It used sound, lighting, paranoia, and most importantly, repetition. Kojima wanted to avoid leaning on violence because he wanted a genuine, primal, and creeping kind of fear. The puzzles themselves were also cryptic as fuck on purpose, because Kojima wanted the final puzzle to take at least a week for players to figure out, to make the entire thing feel like a mystery. But he, like many other people, underestimated the internet's autism, and the puzzle was cracked within a few hours.
Yeah, Kojimbo's a little full of himself. He thinks he's the greatest when it comes to his writing in terms of like puzzles. He's not subtle. He's not subtle at all. And also he always underestimates his whole audience because it's just like, yeah, we just
Leave gamers alone in a room long enough and they will reverse engineer literally fucking anything in just a few hours.
Yeah.
And then in 2015, Konami very, very famously absolutely fucking snaked Kojima.
Yep.
The guy who had literally built their entire company. So Kojima,
the gaming division, that is,
fucked off to do his own thing, and the new Silent Hill game was cancelled. So the PT demo itself was actually completely removed from the PlayStation Store in late April of 2015. And you can't download the game at all anymore. PT went from a free horror masterpiece to a digital ghost in an instant. And that is why PT became lost media. Technically. Not because no one recorded it or the files vanished from every single console on Earth, but because a corporation decided to remove official access to a playable piece of art. If you didn't download it back then you can't just open the PlayStation Store today and grab it. And the aftermath was one of the most depressing things in video game history. PlayStation 4 consoles that still had PT installed started getting listed on eBay for stupid amounts of money.
Yeah.
With some of them being listed for as much as $1,800. So, the scariest thing about this ended up being the resale value. Fans of the game did make spiritual successors and even remakes in the Unreal Engine. Other
Alright.
studios copied the entire looping hallway idea, and Konami also became even more hated than usual. Which is impressive considering that they were the ones who made Silent Hill Book of Memories and later that absolute utter fucking abomination
We don't talk about this.
that was Metal Gear Survive. At least
Just let Platinum handle Metal Gear and just continue on with the Raiden storyline.
Kojima is doing good for himself. Also, I am so glad that Hideo Kojima cut his leash and ran off to do his own thing. Because he kept Guillermo del Toro and Norman Reedus on the payroll and went on to create Death Stranding 1 and 2.
Hell yeah.
2 games that I love and I'm just absolutely obsessed with. I fucking love Death Stranding. Despite the fact that Kojima names his characters like a 2-year-old naming his action figures, despite the fact that Kojima absolutely butchered such an amazing villain by changing his appearance to make him look like your average Big Socks programmer. I mean, Kojima, I absolutely love you, man, but why the fuck did you make Higgs look like the same type of people that yell at me on Twitter?
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. So, this one is recent, if you will, and has come up more recently upon the file release of the Epstein files. I think Dank will do most of the talking, but this one is hard even to listen to the urban legend around it. It's that bad. However, before we begin, I need to preface something. I'm on a 60-40 split on this particular one's existence, in my opinion. 60-40, the fact does the tape exist. Now, the actions proposed to have happened in a tape that supposedly exists, that was found on Scott Wiener's laptop, seemingly, in my opinion, the video itself does not exist, but the actions probably have happened. That's what I believe in. We know about Epstein's proclusivities. We've heard about Bohemian Grove. We know about the worship of Moloch. It's all the way up down to the owl god of Bohemian Grove. I know about the satanic rituals. We heard about and I still recall the green text thread from 4chan about the tale of a dead man, which was an Epstein supposedly security advisor who was giving his tell-all. Frazzle Drip, I believe the video does not actually exist. The actions that was said in the videos absolutely probably have happened among especially one of them involved. However, that being said, to make video evidence of a specific event, I don't think happened. Because, yes, they can laugh in your face at the most heinous shit they did by saying no one's going to believe you because it's so crazy and outlandish of what we actually do. But to make video documentation of it would unveil that visage for the most part. And there are people out there who will try to defend it no matter what, but because we live in a hell world. But my opinion is the video doesn't exist, but the events have happened. That's why I say 60-40 bet on whether the video actually exists. Because then again, they could just be completely so cocky now to say that, well, yeah, it fucking happened. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? We still run the world.
And now for the final entry. And thank God, because holy shit, this video turned out a lot longer than I originally planned.
Oh, yeah.
Say hello to Frazzle Drip, or sometimes written as frazzled.rip. An alleged snuff video that is so evil, so graphic, and so politically charged that Alex Jones probably reads it as a bedtime story to his children. The story of Frazzle Drip started spreading around the internet sometime around 2018. Mostly on conspiracy boards, QAnon communities, and other like-minded online habitats.
Truly.
And the claim was that during the FBI investigation into former Congressman Anthony Weiner, due to him having very inappropriate conversations with a 15-year-old girl, that Anthony Weiner's laptop was seized. And on his laptop, the agents supposedly found a folder that was titled Life Insurance. And the agents allegedly found a video inside this folder that was called Frazzle Drip. So, according to the myth, this video allegedly shows Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin doing unbelievably graphic, horrific fucking things to a young girl, while taking turns wearing the girl's face like a mask and drinking her adrenochrome-rich blood in a satanic ritual. You know, just standard elite stuff. Pizzagate, which is a whole other thing that I'm not going to get into, had everybody everywhere thinking that there was a hidden elite child trafficking network behind every single email, vaguely shaped symbol, and of course, every pizza restaurant. Now, just to be completely clear, there absolutely is a global elite non-string. But I do feel like people are being purposefully misled by a lot of MacGuffins. But anyway, Frazzle Drip took that mythology and cranked it up to 11.
The only American politician that is a victim of their career ending due to the Epstein files was that fuckwit from Kentucky who claimed to have known people in the Epstein files and basically torpedoed the rest of his political career.
Some versions of the rumor
because of his supposed connections in the file. Oh, and I guess Casey Puch as well for trying to promote his channel by using hot topic issues instead of trying to, win against an Indian that was trying to ruin America. But hey-oh.
Claimed that the video was found by New York police, and some claimed FBI agents who watched the video had a full mental breakdown or were murdered to keep them quiet. And some claim that you can actually find the video if you dig hard enough on the deep web. And, of course, the internet did...
Don't go near the dark web. That's simple as.
What the internet usually does when a video is described as the most horrific fucking thing ever made, but nobody can prove it exists. Thousands of asbestos breathers started coming out of the woodwork, claiming that they had, for a fact, seen the video. Or their friend had saw it. Or their cousin's neighbour's stepdad. Definitely
saw it.
100%.
My grandpa's neighbor's uncle's dog saw the video.
Has seen this video, and he also works for the FBI.
Wow.
But every single time someone posts proof, the entire thing just falls apart.
Yeah.
Some fake images from the video were traced back to an unrelated YouTube video. Another image that people claimed showed Huma Abedin wearing a mask was actually from the website of a Washington, D.C. Indian restaurant.
What?
So I wouldn't be surprised if that type of shit was...
Well, we did find out in the UK that that's what was happening to some of the missing raped children.
In the food. Other claimed clips of the video were just random gore and edits, as well as fake shock videos or clickbait pretending to be classified evidence. No reliable source has ever confirmed that the video even existed in the first place, and even though it was possibly fake as fuck, the rumour spread like wildfire.
As it always does.
Hundreds of YouTubers and QAnon posters started pushing the story for years to come. Which is kind of impressive considering that it's a story with a lot less evidence than Bigfoot's fart. And somehow it's still managed to spread all over the world. It actually kind of reminds me of that old rumour of Did you know that Marilyn Manson got some of his ribs surgically removed so that he could blow himself? I mean, I remember hearing that shit.
Yeah. I mean, it was before my time of even being born, but that myth was passed around before the internet, even if you didn't have internet knowledge. It was just everywhere.
Way back in high school. And I was hearing it absolutely everywhere. And this was way, way before most people were even on the internet. Yet, that rumour still somehow spread all over the world. And that is why Frazzle Drip is such a perfect final entry. It technically isn't even lost media in a normal sense, because we're not actually sure if it ever even existed in the first place. Did it exist and there's been a huge cover-up, or is it the conspiracy mill just churning out another bogus claim? Which is rather
like a case where it can be easily obfuscated off the actual trail, because Pizzagate was meant to be because Pizzagate definitely was an obfuscation off the actual trail of where the Epstein was going. Even when Pizzagate was going on, I knew it was like full of bullshit. But I knew about the rest of the other stuff too, back in like 2016, 2017, regarding Epstein. I guess I was late for the party then, but that was like me coming in my early freshman year of high school and like, yeah, you know, I'm getting into conspiracies now, and, well, lo and behold, I was right.
annoying because most conspiracies these days are turning out to be correct.
Yeah.
Also, during Hillary Clinton's deposition for the Epstein files, she was actually confronted about Frazzle Drip.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle?
This is way outside the scope. Ruling. This is way outside the scope.
Is it?
You gotta love how immediately upon the word drop, everyone freaks the fuck out in the courtroom, and she's just got this
within the scope,
laugh.
Mr. Chairman.
If the chairman rules that it's not within the scope,
Mr.
I have
Chairman,
other
based
questions.
on what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
We can go off the record for a moment. To
Mr. Chairman, is this within the scope?
We'll go off the record and consult.
Now, don't get me wrong, elites all over the world are absolutely involved in nonce rings, and they do in fact worship Satan.
Yep.
But the reason that they've gotten away with all of that shit for so fucking long is because they aren't dumb enough to fucking film it.
Yeah.
So, Frazzle Drip is a little bit of a weird one. Because, in order for something to actually count as lost media, it
has to be made
have
media
actually
first.
Existed in the first place. And when it comes to Frazzle Drip, we really have no idea.
And I'd rather it not be real.
All I can say is, I really hope it doesn't exist.
We all hope it does not fucking exist.
It's Count Dankula on YouTube. Everybody just subscribe.
Anywho, thank you to Count Dankula. That was a long and very depressing video. However, thank you, Danky, for making it a little bit happy spanky every so often and giving me something to talk about. I will need to move on to a lighter subject for now, but yes. Absolutely stunning video, and your writers for your ad review were on something else. Now then, thank you for watching. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe to Count Dankula, give him full credit and kudos. Check out his channel. Well then, we're going to move on after a short break to our next video. However, I am going to just quickly pop around, take a look around what's going on Twitch and Kick right now. Because I just sometimes like to see what's going on. I'm a man who's curious. In the VTuber sphere, it seems that I'm currently live alongside a bunch of... Oh, there's a major big collab event with Min Costella and I believe Miss Bobina, and Chromo Mochu, but outside of that, I'm gonna keep rocking soon, but I am gonna fry some chicken and take a leak. Now, I'll be right back, mind you that, but we'll see you around. Just give me a sec. Okay? Alrighty then, we're back. So, I'm feeling something that is not as depressing. And last time we were recommended this by LA Productions by chatter from last night. So, we'll see what's up.
Carl Edwards gets his 9th win of the year, and Jimmy...
Oh, and by the way, this is the hang on. This is the Tragic Career of Carl Edwards by LA Productions. Suppose another NASCAR video, though I am trying to branch slowly away from this.
Johnson makes history.
I don't know what to say. Second place in the championship isn't what we came here for, but Jimmy's a great guy and he deserves to win.
And he's going to become a 3-time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion. Tony Stewart wins it.
I told my wife, if I can't win this thing, I'm going to be the best loser NASCAR's ever had. So I'm going to try really hard to keep my head up.
They're blocking. Good go down low. Carl Edwards into the wall. He got tapped by the 22. Big hits by the 19.
Everybody, they did a good job, and it didn't work out. This is life. I had to push it. I couldn't go to bed tonight and think that I gave him that lane.
How can this happen? How can one race, the same race, produce so many different outcomes year after year, and yet, in the end, always produce the same result? Heartbreak. A word that has become synonymous with, ironically, one of the more upbeat individuals to ever grace the sport of stock car racing.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a driver, you're looking for me. The motto inscribed on the business card of Columbia, Missouri's Carl Edwards. You might gather from this that his start in racing was pretty unconventional for a future NASCAR star, as despite being born into a racing family, with his father being local legend Carl Edwards Sr., Jr. didn't get his start until he was 13 years old. By today's standards, he may as well have had one foot in the grave, but it didn't show in his performance, as he would tear it up in the late 90s, building a solid resume to a track championship at Capitol Speedway in 1999. By then, however, it was time for the 20-year-old Edwards to start getting realistic about his career. So while he still raced modifieds here and there, he also began studying engineering at the University of Missouri and even took a job as a substitute teacher. But very seldom has anyone achieved greatness by multitasking. He knew that if he wanted to achieve his dream, he would have to go all in. And thankfully, come 2002, he would get the chance to do just that. Signing him to drive select races during that year's Truck Series season was MB Motorsports, not to be confused with MB2 Motorsports, which Carl's cousin Ken Schrader raced for. Oh, sorry, I forgot. He also drove that car. By the way, that scream I just bellowed was about 100 decibels, but you wouldn't know that if you're using sucky-ass headphones. Well, thankfully, the sponsor of today's videos got you covered.
Of course, sponsor of Raycon. Also, if you didn't know, last time we watched another Productions video, it was in regard to his Carrot Top car.
Everyday earbuds. I know that bridge was a stretch, please just humor me. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect companion to help you get through your day, offering premium audio quality that goes wherever you go. Whether you're working, traveling, or just loafing around the house, Raycon makes it easier than ever to listen to your favorite music, audiobooks, or YouTube videos, because I know some of you are just listening to this. No, that's okay. These videos that I edit for days on end, that I spend hours making the visuals for, no, that's all right. Just keep listening to them. Sick freaks.
By the way, LA does put a lot of effort into his videos. I need to clarify this. This was recommended to me by a viewer and subscriber because of the last time I watched a video. The only video I've ever watched of him prior to this was a sponsorship video. It was the weird motorsports sponsorship videos. And I keep saying, and I've been working on a lot of original videos myself, and I can tell you that he is not wrong. For production release-wise, I don't know when, because I often feel like I'm never good enough to do so, but LA's not wrong that video production's pretty hard. And that's what I'm saying, is any chance I can deter any subscribers from me and place onto the React video I'm watching, I absolutely wholeheartedly push that, because for God's sake, right? Like, this is me relaxing with you guys on a stream. Maybe even my input is on things I'm more knowledgeable about, but give Ellie his just and deserved attention and followers, because this man has done a lot more for motorsports YouTube than larger channels, if not corporations, could ever do.
Raycon's everydays come with
Him and,
multi-point
Slap Shoes.
connectivity, wireless charging capability, a 32-hour battery life, and a quick charge function, where with just 10 minutes of charge, you get 90 minutes of play. My favorite feature is the active noise cancellation, because sometimes...
Please don't try to hit me with that jawline, Ellie. I don't want to roast you, man, but I could easily outmock you with my jawline. Though, you know, I'm a VTuber, so you're not going to see my jawline. But the model's face is actually based on my own face, because, unfortunately, I do have natural hollow cheeks in real life, and, let me tell you, in this world of people sucking on their own face to make themselves have cheeks like this, I've been asked what's my mewing technique to have the jawline and hollow cheeks, and I'm just like, I'm just naturally like this.
you just gotta make the voices go away. Much better. The everyday earbuds have become my go-to source of everyday entertainment. They're comfortable, stylish, and come in a variety of fun colors. As you can see, I got the purple buds with the Dreamy Clouds protective case. Let me tell you, them things look good. So if you'd like to try your own pair of everyday earbuds, go to buyraycon.com/Ellie to get 20% off site-wide. Again, that's buyraycon.com/ELLY. Link in the description. Thanks again to Raycon for sponsoring this video, and I hope you enjoy. In his early 20s, Carl Edwards had his shot at the big time, running 7 races in the trucks to kick off his career. All in all, he didn't do great, but his best result, an 8th place finish at his home track, the Kansas Speedway, caught the eye of car owner Jack Roush. Well, that and his business card. Roush Racing had spent the past 15 years building into a NASCAR juggernaut, and right as Carl was coming on board, they were realizing their full potential by winning back-to-back championships, with Matt Kenseth putting on a masterclass in consistency in 2003, and a young Kurt Busch having a run for the ages through NASCAR's inaugural chase. Carl could not have found a better place to call home, and right as they were hitting their stride in the Cup Series, he would find his own slice of success as a full-time driver in the Truck Series. Through just 2 seasons of racing, he went from being a nobody to one of the most intriguing prospects on the circuit, riffing off 3 wins apiece and becoming the 2003 Truck Series Rookie of the Year. Between that and his celebratory backflips, Cousin Carl was becoming quite the commodity. And one of the best parts of racing for Roush is that he tends to take chances on those who show potential, and Carl was no exception. While he ran out the remainder...
He's very jovial, a lot of revel. He's very... what's the word? Shit. Revelry. He does a lot of revelry, I will say that, in his celebration. However, I do appreciate a man who either give a salute, a bow, or a kiss off to the audience.
Of his sophomore season in trucks, he was called up to the big leagues to replace Jeff Burton, whose 8.5-year tenure ended with a switch to RCR. Less than 3 years after breaking into the sport, Carl Edwards had reached the crest, and he would continue to impress in the 99, picking up 5 top 10s in his first 12 Cup starts with a best finish of 3rd at Atlanta. He also made his debut driving the Green Lantern car, which is just really cool. In the following offseason, the deal was sealed. In 2005, Carl Edwards would drive his first full season in the Busch Series and be the 5th full-time entry for Roush Racing in the Cup Series, joining the 2 reigning champs, a veteran with dozens of wins, and recent Busch and Truck champion Greg Biffle. With such a strong supporting cast, there was a lot of pressure on Carl to perform. Would he just
fucking Viagra Sharpie National Car
be the weak link, or could he be the final piece to a NASCAR dynasty?
And here he comes, the rookie from the pole, Carl Edwards.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Nothing like winning your first race.
And here they come, and I think Carl's got the advantage. He does. He wins. Already has won it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
That's right. In back-to-back days, just 4 weeks into the season, Carl Edwards won his first Busch and Cup Series races. To this day, he's the only one to ever do that, and his triumph against Jimmy Johnson would go down as one of the closest NASCAR finishes ever, a meager 28 thousandths of a second. By today's standards, that may as well be 28 seconds, but nevertheless, Edwards went from new guy to Cloud 9 in the blink of an eye. And in hindsight, he did it in one of the most impressive ways possible. To win the Busch race, he had to beat that year's Cup champion, and to win the Cup race, he had to beat the following Cup champion. In just 2 days, one thing had become clear. Carl Edwards was here to stay, and there was still a whole season left to run. On the Busch side of things, he would take a huge points lead, and on the Cup side, he would pick up win number 2 at Pocono. But the win was bittersweet. Since the Busch Series race that was supposed to be held the day before in Nashville got rained out, they moved it to the same day as the Cup race. And since the tracks are 800 miles apart, Edwards couldn't even start in the Busch race, relinquishing an entire weekend worth of points. He would make up for it by winning the next race at Kentucky and continue to make up for it the whole rest of the season, but even still, the deficit proved too large to overcome, as he was forced to concede a championship that, at one point, was well within his grasp. At least in the Cup Series, he, along with all 4 of his teammates, made it to the chase. And while it didn't start off on the best note for Carl, he would squeak in back-to-back victories at Atlanta and Texas just before the end of the year, wrapping up his first full season in Cup, 3rd in points. I feel the need to repeat that. In his first full-time Cup season, the rookie finished 3rd. But alas, there was a catch. To compete
Fucking hell, that is a hell of a season.
For the Rookie of the Year award, you have to run a minimum of 7 races.
Oh,
and
no.
in turn, have to have not run more than 7 races in the year before. Well, in 2004, Carl ran 13. So despite finishing worlds above the other newbies in Cup, he was ineligible to win 2005 Rookie of the Year.
But
at least he won the award in the Busch Series. And hey, this was just year 1. His luck would have to turn around eventually, right?
But then he tried to get around Tony Stewart.
Black flag, Carl Edwards.
All Carl Edwards is doing right there is avoiding a wreck. He did not gain any position.
He lost position.
By doing that, he lost 3 positions. I do not understand that one.
As far as sophomore slumps go, Carl's was about the slumpiest. In the Cup Series, at least. For such an explosive arrival, he would fail to follow it up as he wouldn't nab a win or make the chase in the 2006 season. It was just a strangely down year all around for both him and most of his team. The Busch Series, on the other hand, saw quite a different case. This time, he managed to run all 35 races, finishing the season second to Kevin Harvick by 824 points. Ooh, so close.
Yeah.
The good news for Carl is that Kevin wouldn't be around to spoil the show in 2007, leaving Carl a clear path to the Busch Series championship, which, despite a lackluster second half to the season, he would claim, beating David Rudiman by 618 points. Jesus, how did people watch this shit? Back to the Cup Series, Carl had started returning to form. He had gotten back to victory lane 3 times over and made the postseason, though this time he could only muster a 9th place points finish. Regardless, the 99 was beginning to meet expectations again, and come the following year, those expectations would be exceeded and then some.
Carl Edwards wins. Carl Edwards will go to victory lane. Carl Edwards
During the recession year, I mean, he really hit it hard.
will come down and win. Carl Edwards will win it.
In 08, Carl would come storming out of the gate, winning 2 of the first 3 races and 3 of the first 7. Those wins didn't translate to points, however, as inconsistency would plague the 99 team in the early running. After the 9th race at Talladega, a quarter of the way through the season, they were scored 10th in the points, just barely above the chase cut line. But that's the lowest they'd go all year, as what would follow was a complete championship resurrection. For the rest of the year, in 27 races, Carl would only finish outside of the top 10 5 times. He would win 3 races in 4 weeks mid-season, giving him the 2nd seed entering the chase. He would once again win 3 in 4 weeks to finish out the chase and the whole season. By every metric, it was a career year, one that 99% of the time would no doubt result in a Cup Series championship. The problem is that 2 other drivers had career years too. The first was Kyle Busch, who won 8 races in his first year with Joe Gibbs, but since he fell apart at the end, it doesn't really matter. The real party pooper happened to be the runner-up in Edwards' first win at Atlanta a few years ago. You see, I really think that losing that race woke up some kind of racing demon, because ever since that day, Jimmie Johnson had been laying waste to the Cup Series field.
Yeah, Jimmy, I remember, was at this point one of the premier drivers growing up.
He won the championship in 06, he won it in 07, and now he's looking to three-peat. But through most of the year, things didn't seem to go his way. He wasn't bad, he just wasn't the best. And the fight from Carl Edwards was the fiercest the 48 had faced in many, many years. So fierce that he held Jimmie Johnson to 3rd place entering the chase. If there was ever a year that things were going to change, it was this one, right?
Jimmie Johnson, Jimmie Johnson, Jimmie Johnson, Jimmie Johnson, Jimmie Johnson.
It was a slaughter.
Jimmie Johnson makes history.
Nope. Even 3 wins in the last 4 races, even a win in the championship race couldn't stop him. 5 wins in the last 12 weeks of competition put Jimmy out front for good. And while Carl did the most poignant backflip of his whole career, Jimmie Johnson, from a 15th place finish, celebrated a record-tying 3rd consecutive championship. For Carl, it was still a landmark year, 9 wins and the most points earned overall, but that just makes it even harder to imagine what could have been.
Yeah.
As the evil empire of the Lowe's 48 continued to reign supreme over stock car racing, Edwards slipped back to the mid-pack. In 2009, he once again went winless, just
he was with
scraping his
Affleck,
way
I forgot
into
that.
and through the chase. The following year, things didn't get much better, as his motives seemed to turn from winning races to killing Keselowski. But after that didn't work, Carl decided to turn the tides at the very best time, taking what looked to be another winless year and spending the last 2 weeks in victory lane. While Jimmy Johnson celebrated a 5th straight title, it was clear that something was brewing in the 99 camp. Perhaps another championship run? He would start 2011 by following Trevor Bayne home in the Daytona 500, kicking off the season in second. Then, after exceeding the track limits in Phoenix, he would pick up the victory in Vegas, his 3rd win in the past 5 races. Now, I'm about to spoil something for you, and I want you to remember this as we move forward. This would be the only win for Carl the entire year. He might finish 3rd and he might finish 2nd, a lot, but from this point forward, he will not go back to victory lane for the rest of 2011. Rather than relying on domination like he did in 2008, this
Pure attrition.
championship run, much like Matt Kenseth's in
Just pure attrition to show up, get out, and do it.
03, would be built on sheer, crushing consistency. And boy was he consistent. Despite the lack of dubs, he would hold the points lead for the heavy majority of the year, only faltering a few weeks before the chase. Even then, he would open said chase with 5 straight top 10s and 4 top 5s. His worst finish through the entire 10-race postseason was 11th. His average, a 4.9. Even the most dominant championship runs fall short of this mark. It was simply miraculous, and once again, 99% of the time would result in a championship. But the irony of this run is that it wasn't undone by a dynasty in the making, or even a genuine contender.
Nope.
The downfall of Carl Edwards' 2011 campaign would come at the hands of a man flying familiar colors.
I'm back in Infinity Raceway, and yes, that is a live picture.
Tony Stewart, who took Carl's former sponsor, Office Depot, was unmitigated doo-doo in the regular season. Whereas Edwards spent all but 9 races in the top 10, Stewart could only finish in the top 10 11 times. In Bristol, just 3 weeks before the start of the chase, Stewart openly stated that if he had made it, he would just be taking a spot away from someone who deserves to be there.
Yeah.
You could not find someone more down and out than Old Smoke in mid-2011. But alas, he would make it, and as the chase got underway, something just clicked.
Tony Stewart opens the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup with his first win of the season.
Oh, yeah.
2 wins in a row to start the chase. Tony Stewart wins at New Hampshire.
For a fleeting moment, the ultimate upset looked possible, but 2 straight duds would force Tony back down to earth. With the season he had, there was no way he could pull it off.
No.
Tony Stewart wins
He
at
did.
Martinsville.
He couldn't possibly
He
close the
did.
gap.
Tony Stewart takes
God
the
damn it.
checkered flag in Texas.
It just wasn't meant to be.
Carl Edwards finishes 2nd. Tony Stewart finishes 3rd. They go to the finale separated by 3 points.
Heading back to Homestead, the impossible was likely. Going into the final race of the season, Carl Edwards led Tony Stewart by only 3 points. It should have never come near this point. Without the chase, Tony wouldn't have even come close to this position. And beyond that, Carl had won this race in the year before. He won an owner's championship the day before. He started on the pole for this race. It was meant for him, destined to be his. Now all that was left to do was go out and get it.
Tony Stewart wins it.
While his voice showed satisfaction, his face beamed dejection. He did everything right. He was far and away the best.
He's got the personality, he's got the charm, he's got the skill, he has the team for it. He has the humility of a true competitor, if not champion.
Driver all
They
season.
just never give him a
Racing
break.
Reference even has him ranked in 1st. That's because it ended in a tie. And the tiebreaker, Stewart's 5 wins to Edwards' 1.
Oh my
His
God.
lone weakness was his undoing, and not even the most suffocatingly consistent regular or postseason could get him the crown. The racing demon had returned, taking recompense for that first win. And while it might seem unfair, since he was racing Tony Stewart, not Jimmy Johnson, you might want to consider who he beat the day before. The following season would see another fall off. While he would sit on the pole for the Daytona 500, that's the highest he'd be all season, as he wouldn't win a race, wouldn't make the chase, and finished a career-low 15th in points. Things would moderately improve in the Gen 6 car, as he would pick up a pair of wins in both 13 and 14, and even make it to the penultimate round of the first ever NASCAR playoffs, but by now, it had become evident that something was wrong at Roush. The Super Team era was now long behind them, and from both a practical and personnel standpoint, they were falling behind the times. So just like Matt Kenseth 2 years before, Carl would jump ship to an emerging Super Team, mid-2010s Joe Gibbs Racing. The driver lineup alone should have assured a championship, but putting them in a revamped Toyota Camry, it was a match made in heaven, as JGR would score a combined 14 wins in 2015, and Kyle Busch would win them their first championship in a decade. Carl only contributed 2 of those, but they were biggins. 2 crown jewel races, the Coca-Cola 600 and the Southern 500. And just like in the year before, he made it all the way to the penultimate round of the chase. Safe to say that Carl was acclimated to his new team. And come 2016, all of the pieces were in place to see him finally take a stab at that elusive Cup Series championship. His season started off with a bang. After 2 consecutive wins at Bristol and Richmond, the latter of which involved a bit of friendly fire, he took the points lead for the first time since 2011. With an early lock into the playoffs, Carl coasted through the rest of the regular season, managing to hang on to the 4th.
Now the road track is always my favorite personally, because I always liked road racing over any form, like stock car circuit racing, like standard oval circuit racing. I especially I've fallen in love with Australian Super V8 racing. It's probably one of my more recent favorite ones, because it's like watching touring car all over again, but with higher performance spec machines.
Despite a deluge of DNFs.
Then again, that's also been going through its own tough struggle recently.
Playoffs, he was fine. Nothing special. Certainly nothing indicating he should have been a contender. But the playoffs don't care about such indications. Your season doesn't have to be great. Hell, it doesn't even have to be good. All that matters is that you come alive at just the right time. And after once again transferring to the penultimate round by just 4 points at Talladega, and then finding himself in a massive points hole after Martinsville, Carl finally caught his big break.
There's the caution. Carl Edwards was able to hang on to the lead, and now it has just been declared official. Carl Edwards wins at Texas.
A single, perfectly timed rain shower granted Edwards his 3rd major shot at a championship. However, unlike the other 2, which were earned through domination and consistency, this run didn't have either of those things. But maybe he didn't need them. Maybe this time, it was simply meant to be. While most of the race belonged to Kyle Larson, the Cup was firmly in the grasp of the 19. On the long runs, none of the other 3 contenders could hold a candle to Edwards' Camry. Not even his own teammate, the defending champ, could hold him off, as Kyle Busch would relinquish 2nd place and the championship lead to Edwards with just 25 to go. As the laps whittled away, it seemed like the light gray asphalt of the Homestead Miami Speedway would finally reward Carl Edwards. For every moment of misery and dejection he had suffered, most of it right here, at least now it would all be justified when he finally won the Cup Series championship.
The caution will come out. A restart.
No.
We'll see a flat left rear tire on the 32.
As has become far too common in modern NASCAR, the officials decided that a barely out of control back marker on a completely different side of the racetrack from the leaders constituted a caution. And while Carl's crew kept him on the front row for the restart, it was Kyle's crew that slipped up and allowed Joey Logano to line up right behind Edwards, which, as it would happen, sealed his fate for good.
Go down low. Carl Edwards into the wall. He got
of course Logano would wreck him.
Big hits by the 19, and the caution comes back out again.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Damn. Thought I gave it up, bro.
Man, I'm sorry.
No, that's 100% me. That's our championship.
This was the last time Carl Edwards would ever be in a NASCAR stock car, as this would end up being the last race he would ever compete in. A race that, if he couldn't win, should have at least been the climax to a decade-long struggle to reach the summit. But all it took was one flick of the wheel, one misguided block to the bottom of the racetrack to destroy all of it. All of that work, all of that pain, and the record books have nothing to show for it. It's hard to imagine the sheer depth of the low Carl was feeling in this moment. But in that moment, one where most would have cursed or crumbled or cried their way back to the garage, he simply got out, walked down pit lane, climbed up on Joey Logano's pit box, and shaked his crew members' hands, taking the blame for the accident and wishing them luck in the championship. He never went back on his word. He truly was the best loser that NASCAR's ever seen.
That's why I guess Jesus Christ. That's why I like guys like him. It's like when you've been dejected as many times as this guy has. I mean, yeah, he's had a better life than I think most of us guys never have, but a lot of us can resonate with this. We've been kicked in the teeth how many times over in respective competitions, fields, careers, and seeing a guy who gets bitch slapped like all of us, but instead of throwing a shit fit, he acts like a role model and just walks off with grace.
Of course, this was also the race where Jimmy Johnson won his 7th championship, both fitting and cruel, considering at least 2 of those titles could have easily been Carl's. But for whatever reason, whether it was the system, his competition, or flat-out abysmal luck, that trophy will forever lack his name. But thankfully, that name will be going somewhere else. In just a few weeks, Carl Edwards will finally be inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
That's good to hear.
To be honest, I'm surprised it took this long. His 28 Cup Series wins, coupled with his short yet successful runs through the lower divisions, have built one of the best resumes for any driver in the past 20 years. And while retirement seems to suit him well, I can never help but feel bad for the guy. Sure, his story is one of success.
You see his lips,
seems to suit him well. I can never help
the
but
honor
feel
and everything's
bad for
above him, but there's things he wanted, but just the recognition he's finally getting, he just
guy. Sure, his story is one of success, going from student to star, from substitute to Subway spokesperson, but while he might be satisfied with his accomplishments, I think I speak for most of his fans when I say that we aren't. As much as he won, there was a lot that he didn't win. A lot of trophies and awards that absolutely should have been his. He couldn't win his first Busch title. He couldn't compete for Cup Series Rookie of the Year. He finished runner-up in the Busch Series for 3 years in a row while competing in Cup full-time. He couldn't win the Cup with the most wins. He couldn't win the Cup with the best stats. And even in the one instance where the system favored him heavily, he couldn't even win it in a single race. Carl Edwards' career is one big series of what-ifs. And the biggest tragedy of all, well, besides that he didn't do a backflip after his final win, he did nothing wrong. Just like Mark Martin before him, he simply had the misfortune of being one of the greatest while competing against the greatest.
Yeah.
And that's how he'll be remembered, as a footnote in NASCAR history who could have and should have been so much more.
Yeah. It's hard.
Trouble! Oh, back straight
This
away.
is short.
Pow! Inside, outside.
I'm curious about what this one is. Smoke.
2002, he was the champion. 2005, he was the champion. This time, he's going to become a 3-time NASCAR champion. Tony Stewart wins it.
That's the first time I've been speechless. Everybody knows I know how to talk.
What the hell do you think I was mad about? I don't know, rocket scientist. Climb over this counter and come beat your ass.
Boy, Tony Stewart is after Logano.
I wasn't a hothead for no reason. Something always happened that led to it.
Well, we know a couple things.
But the no driving candy ass.
Dale Jr.
That one in front of me even remotely me. He's not going to like the outcome.
This one's for every one of those fans in the stands that pull for me every week and take all the bullshit from everybody else.
As you could probably surmise, not much has been said about Tony Stewart.
So, we're going to move on from that. Remember when Call of Duty was scary? By Ram and the Lamb. We're going to have a nostalgia here.
Why did you do it, Mason? Why?
Do you remember when Call of Duty looked like this? Do you remember when Call of Duty sounded like this?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember when Call of Duty wasn't afraid to get under your skin?
I mean, did Call of Duty ever really get underneath anyone's skin outside of the original Zombies campaign? Because while the horror is kind of there, it was never subtle enough to creep up on you.
I want to share with you all one of my most vivid childhood gaming memories. I was about 10 years old, staying up one night far past any reasonable hour. It was a cold and windy night, which I hated because I used to hear voices in the wind calling out to me. So I decided I needed something to distract myself from the eldritch horrors trying to seduce me outside. But I was already tired of the 4 games I had already played a dozen times over. I needed something new to really distract me. I had recently borrowed my buddy's copy of the new COD game that had just released last year. I loved Modern Warfare, so naturally, I thought this game was going to be pretty cool. I put the disc in and boot up the game. And, you know, maybe I would have been better off with whatever skinwalker was out there trying to diddle me, because I could have never prepared myself for what would greet me upon booting the game.
Okay.
Why does nearly every game franchise I love start off looking and feeling like this, but eventually, after a couple years of mainstream popularity, pop culture evangelizing, and a ludicrous amount of money, end up looking like this?
Playtime is over when Nikki drops in.
What the fuck is going on? This is Call of Duty at this point.
What the
fuck is this piece of shit?
Call of Duty is the gaming franchise I think of often when I'm lamenting this phenomenon. There are many factors at play, many of which I could give 2 shits about, but feel free to talk about them in the comments. The element I care about that is sorely missing from Call of Duty for the past decade now is horror.
That's probably a lot of people don't know how to do good horror anymore. We've relied so long on jump scares and cheap thrills like that, where the subtlety of creeping horror has just gone out the window. That's when Silent Hill got remastered and had that recent release, it shocked people because that's what horror is. It's not screaming, fast-paced jump scares. It is a slow feeling of dread, of helplessness. It's something far more terrifying is out there and far stronger than you could ever be.
If war is hell, and hell is the epitome of absolute horror, then war is horror. I just made this quote up, but it's true though. Call of Duty uses 3 types of horror: the horror of war, psychological horror, and supernatural horror. World at War's campaign firmly plants itself within the first kind, while leaning on the second. The Pacific part of the campaign plays its horror pretty straight, sticking to a traditionally dark depiction of the horrors of war. The brutality, the animosity, the desperation. But the European theater half of the campaign adds in psychological horror, which for me elevates it to a whole nother level.
Right.
Everyone remembers Vendetta from the World at War campaign. And for good reason. How could you forget this?
It's truly terrifying. You just can't get over it.
The big theme in this half of the campaign is revenge. We start the story a bit later than most revenge plots, after the catalyst has already taken place. The massacre at Stalingrad. One of the deadliest, if not the deadliest, battles in human history, let alone one set in such an urban environment with so many civilians. Over 1 million Soviet casualties. Roughly 40,000 civilians died in a week of aerial bombing. the city's population was reduced to just 75,000 survivors from nearly 500,000 pre-war residents. How do you depict that to a fucking gamer crunching on Cool Ranch Doritos on his summer break? This is how.
Shh. I need your help. Do what I say, and we can avenge this massacre.
Can you really? Because I don't get into the history of all this, because like any historian or anyone or any wannabe historian or casual historian, my knowledge on World War II is very vast, but there's always someone who wants to tell you that you're incorrect, and maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Everyone's got their own ideals about what's become the new Bible of the West, which is the Second World War. And everything that happens in between, even what goes on with the Germans, doesn't matter who, they always just have to be the absolute demon of the world. But let's not forget what goes on with the Soviets.
When I was in school, I couldn't care less about history. This made me care. I was willing to bleed for Mother Russia after that opening. Those Nazi bastards had to pay. And this vendetta you've now been adopted into is reflected in how this whole side of the campaign sounds and looks. Most of the campaign is almost entirely in grayscale. The only color that really pops is the red of blood, which also happens to be the most prominent colors in the flags of the two factions at war here. And of course, the yellow and orange of blazing fire. Revenge manifest. It's like a black and white film of the era come to life, highlighting the colors that truly mattered the most in this conflict: blood, carnage, and death. In my opinion, Vendetta carries the heart and the soul of this entire game. And I think the devs thought so too, because the mission starts with the music from the main menu. And what a hell of a track to start off a mission with.
Jeez.
One of my favorite movies, Children of Men, has this operatic motif that plays throughout its runtime during some of its key emotional moments. Now, without spoiling too much, you deserve to see this movie unspoiled.
Absolutely watch
this
Children of Men.
Represents humanity's hope. At least, to me it does. And the elements that make humanity worth having hope in. By the end of the movie, it gives me a melancholic, but ultimately encouraging feeling in its beauty, despite the bleakness surrounding it. It creates dissonance in how I feel. This operatic motif that pops up in World at War is the exact opposite. Not in the sense that it's entirely dreadful, but more in the sense that to me it represents the elements of humanity that makes you lose hope in our collective existence, but delivered through a beautiful voice, creating a new type of dissonance altogether. In Children of Men, the voice is one of human love and compassion that pushes through the horrors of the world to reveal its perseverance. In World at War, it's the same voice crying out in pain and anguish, like a child crying in the rain. The child is inherently precious and beautiful, but what is happening to it is far from that. Or you can take a much darker interpretation once you understand what the child is actually crying out.
Brave soldier. Soldier, die with me. Die with me. Die with me. Brave soldier. Tonight.
These lyrics remind me of a nursery rhyme. This one might be based on an actual German folk tune for children, although I couldn't find whether it was parodying a specific one that exists. But either way, it's a very common trick horror creators use when making horror tracks revolving around a specific culture. You take a piece of music that is often used in a cultural setting, then distort it, whether that be in pitch, tempo, adding dissonant sounds, stuff like that. And more times than not, this is lazily done and it kind of sucks, to be honest. But here it's done really well. The way the singer keeps repeating good soldier, and egging them on to go and die. It sounds like psychological programming.
Berättar Hanoi Hans Radio Broadcast from the Vietnam War inte fattat.
Чего ты там пиздишь, чего?
DI, your government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die.
Hur var det content video på Hanoi Hanna?
Your rich leaders grow richer while you're dying in the swamp, DI.
It's how you would address a dog or someone you have control over, which is obviously meant to be sarcastic when addressing German soldiers. Yes. And it even sounds like the voice is coming through some
Pratar in das Mutterland.
Type of radio or speaker, like it's being used as psychological warfare. You can interpret this song in so many different ways that connect really well to different aspects of the war. I've heard people say it's the angel of death beckoning all soldiers from every side to embrace her in this fruitless conflict.
I don't ever recall the angel of death being a woman, though. That's the thing. Angel of death is never really actually revealed to be any archangel in the outside of maybe in Orthodoxy. I believe it is the angel of death is given a name, but the reason why we have the name Azrael is because of the Abrahamic, Islamic, and Jewish name of the angel of death. The angel of death being mostly a man, or a young man by the name of Azrael. But as far as we're in outside of Orthodox Christianity, there's only 3 archangels. That's Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael.
Or it's the ghost of a child haunting the soldier who killed him. All in all, could only really say definitively that this track is truly haunting. It still disturbs me as an adult, let alone when I was like 8 under the covers of my shitty little bed. The music of World at War characterizes the horror of the war in a very interesting way. Operatic tragedy, like a mother crying out in anguish over her son enlisted in the war. Ghostly voices peering out from dissonant soundscapes. Harsh industrial noise of what sounds like metal screaming out in agony, like in the beginning of Vendetta. It's a mechanically horror soundtrack at times, almost like pretty much horror stingers. But instead of a jump scare or creepy imagery to accompany the stinger, it's just showing you the brutality of war. That is the scary thing. You really don't need anything else.
Did you see him?
It's straight up psychological horror. And I hope this is clear to most of you watching, but just so we're on the same page, horror isn't just spooky shit. Ghosts, ghouls, goblins.
Wow.
Horror is interested in what's beneath all that spooky shit. Fear of the past, fear of death, the fear of little green guys running around, running amok. Horror is a psychological state of mind that the genre tries to capture. And that psychological state of mind definitely extends to war. I don't remember where I read this comment from, but I remember it saying something along the lines of, World at War is a horror game, because the monsters look like you.
That sounds very, it almost sounds like we are the real monster, humanity sucks. It kind of sounds like that on the face value, but I suppose underneath it's not as half-ass preachy as it sounds when you really think about it.
Yep, puts it pretty damn well. This half of the campaign is not only interested in showing you the material horrors of war, but it's equally interested in showing the horrors which lie within those caught up in its tempest, the psychology of war. And psychological horror has always been central to war, not just how we depict it
Pink
in art.
Floyd's,
Just look at all the infamous noises that came out of World War II. When I think of World War II, I think of the soundscapes. The thundering of bomber planes in the hundreds overhead a densely packed metropolis. Shrill bomb sirens echoing throughout the bedrooms of families. The Jericho trumpets of the Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers that sound...
Though the Jericho was actually not a standard piece of equipment, mind you, it was hardly used. It was mainly used for propagandistic purposes and added afterwards.
Sounded like a creature screaming, coming down to destroy you. It's scary shit, man. They specifically designed the Jericho trumpets to scare the crap out of
Blue
the
Sky by
victims,
Pink Floyd, mind
even
you.
at the expense of the plane's optimal performance. Even the pilots of the dive bombers hated that shit because it was so ear-piercingly loud, which then led to their replacement with the ever-infamous whistling bombs.
Yeah.
It's honestly crazy how much sound played a role in the horrors of this war in particular. I don't think I've seen
The Neville Vuff was another one, the Moaning Mini as they called it.
sound play such a pivotal role in war till, well,
Or
today.
the Katyusha rockets.
The new official PTSD sound effect is no longer the air raid siren. It has become the sound of a bee. Every poor kid who's going to be fortunate enough to come out of the Ukraine-Russian war alive is going to have panic attacks at the family picnic because some bastard bee flies next to their ear and reminds them of the drone that blew their buddies' heads off.
Yeah.
Fuck drones, man. Like,
Amen.
imagine if COD treated the horrors of modern war with the same reverence as World at War. The sounds of drones, AI, the way war is circulated on social media. It's a genuine nightmare. I don't know why they chose to
What the fuck was that? I post real gore and nudes daily. I fucking hate people.
circulated on social media. It's a genuine nightmare. I don't know why they chose to depict drones in a sci-fi action movie aesthetic when COD went through its futuristic phase. It's a complete waste of material and quite frankly, bizarre. There's so much untapped potential when it comes to depicting the horrific realities of drone and AI warfare. The Ukraine war has provided a litany of examples, and I'm sure our regularly scheduled Middle East Electric Boogaloo is going to give us more. I've noticed amongst the COD community, at least the part of the community I can tolerate a conversation with, accept World at War as a pseudo-horror game. But they seem to shoot the idea down when it comes to talking about some of the other games. And I think that's reflected in just how many videos are focused on World at War compared to the horror of the other games. Although that has been changing recently, which I'm happy to see. But there's plenty of horror to find in the other games. Let's start with Black Ops.
Well, Black Ops itself it's Black Ops. You are doing off the book, like, I can't say illegal, but you are off the record. Everything is underneath blacked out pen and everything. It is just horrifying what you're doing in that type of mission. Yeah, the Jungle Rat mission. Sort of the tunnel rats.
Now, if World at War leaned heavily on the horror of war while dipping into psychological horror, Black Ops goes full San Jacob's Ladder Apocalypse Now type of shit, which I remember loving as a kid. The interrogation room from the main menu is the best main menu design I've ever seen before, and since this game is released. First off, the visual design is impeccable. And you know, I'm just now realizing it's probably subconsciously inspired me in my art style quite a bit, with the way I love using TVs in this manner, but it really works great here with the real historical footage creating an uncanny contrast. I honestly love when mediums like animation or video games cleverly use real footage to mess with you. It adds grit and makes the stakes feel real and grounded. You're also being watched the entire time by these shadowy, demonic-looking figures behind an observation deck looking straight out of 1984. They become a lot less intimidating once you discover it's just Hudson's bald-ass cantaloupe head, but still. And dude, when I found out you could hit the bumpers and wrangle yourself out of the chair and move around, I might as well have taken a diuretic with the amount of urine that soiled my poor childhood bed that night. It took me so off guard because I'd never seen a main menu just turn into gameplay before.
Yeah.
And especially not unexpected horror gameplay. And you know my punk little baby ass thought that demonic figure was going to find me snooping around and send me straight to baby hell or whatever. We all kind of take this stuff for granted now because we played these games so much. It's become aesthetically and artistically normalized in our heads. But it was the most unique, creative, and immersive opening to a COD game up to that point. And that amplified the horror excellently. And we're just in the main menu, man.
Here we go. Hey, you. You're dozing off there, buddy. Probably save some of my videos. In peace.
We're loose again. Do it again. We have no choice.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security.
Something that also shows up in the main menu that will play a large part in the entire game are, of course, the numbers.
What do they mean, Mason?
21, 10, 16, 23, 4, 22, 21, 4, 0, 14.
This highlights one of the strongest aspects of horror in Black Ops, carried over from World at War.
Psychological?
The sound design. That rhythmic, monotone female voice from the number station is such a good horror motif to highlight what Mason experienced in Vorkuta and continues to endure in his psychosis. Number stations have always creeped me out, and a lot of people seem to share that fear with me. Just look at the extent to which people obsess over mysterious number stations, like the Linkshire Poacher and the Swedish Rhapsody. How many conspiracy theories and creepypastas used to surround them? They're just numbers. But the presentation does most of the heavy lifting when it comes to their horror. It just sounds creepy, because it's distorted, dissonant, and uncanny. When we were young, me and my best friend would open up YouTube on my PS3 and see how long we could watch scary YouTube videos before we get freaked out.
Okay.
Remember, the ones that would actually get to me would be the ones that used audio from these number stations, or Revolution 9 by the Beatles. The repetitive monotone voice sounds like it's in a train.
Well, you can also listen to Horses by David Burns. That's another creepy one. If you also want an actual historically accurate war track to be creeped out to, Ghost Track number 9, or sorry, Ghost Track number 10 is the Operation Wandering Soul track they used to fuck with the Viet Cong.
The numbers are presented with enough significance, you know they have meaning. And because the sound design is so creepy, we assume the meaning is dark and sinister. In the case of the Ascension Numbers broadcast, it actually is quite sinister. Every aspect of the design having to do with Mason's MK Ultra programming is so sick. The distorted screaming. All the fucked up sounds of the broadcast.
7, 21, 6, 14.
Hearing the fucking numbers!
The flashes of Mason's memories being tortured.
The subject has been successfully implanted with the knowledge to translate the number sequence.
Vorkuta! You don't know what we did to you.
It's psychological horror mixed with psychedelic imagery and aesthetics, which I think perfectly captures the torture, the drugging,
Postal 1's art style, yeah. Postal 1 was very much like this.
This is truly the most schizophrenic Call of Duty, and I love it for that.
Mason! Mason! I only got a couple seconds to tell you this, man, before that bald clown Hudson cuts me off. Mason, that chair you're sitting in, it's bad for your back, man. Take it from me, Mason. I spent so much time editing these blasted videos for you wonderful folks at home that my back is as crooked as a 3-letter government agency. You know what I'm talking about, right, Mason? This was me about a day ago, contemplating my taste in seating arrangements whilst ignoring the fatal lumbago that was steadily taking over my mortal coil. And just when I thought I was at my rope's end,
I know it's rapid fire video essayist, but fuck hell, I appreciate a good hustle for an ad spot.
Appeared.
Be not afraid, Ramy boy. I am the C7 Max ergonomic chair from FlexiSpot. Just sit in my 0.2-inch latex seat cushion with premium memory foam, suitable for 12-hour seating comfortability.
So it beats the 90s office chair I'm sitting in right now.
Go ahead, Ramy, sit.
No, it's actually 2000 with the fucking synthetic webbing in the back.
Doesn't that
proper
feel
cushion.
relaxing? I also feature you fell asleep. Ramy, wake up. Ramy boy. Wake up! I haven't told you about my 5D armrest, silly. Look at how easy it is to adjust. Perfect for all your home office needs. My ergonomic design is different from traditional chairs that only support the lumbar region. By focusing on sacrum support, I automatically support both your precious lumbar and sacrum, making me much more ergonomic.
Please don't look at me like that.
Enter video scripts. Maybe do some gaming. You'll only ever need me, Rami boy. No more iron chair of doom and despair.
The C7 Max has a 30-day return policy for a risk-free trial and a 10-year warranty with direct replacement for damaged parts. Follow the link in the description and use my code C750 to get $50 off your C7 Max chair today. And say, "Be gone, lumbago, be gone with you. Order today." All right, Mason, I'll be back with more product placements later. Hang in there, buddy. And remember, Dragovich style.
I'm surprised the MK Ultra experiment didn't even have fucking product places to begin with.
Kravchenko. All must die.
Speaking of schizophrenia, Reznov steals the entire show in this game. His character is the heart of the game, and is the perfect way to continue the themes and story from World at War. The Russian flashback where Dmitri dies is straight up a short horror movie. The framing, the pacing, and execution felt like the brainchild of a horror connoisseur. It honestly disturbed me on a visceral level as a kid. Seeing the previous game's protagonist die in such a brutal and visceral, the brainchild of a horror connoisseur. It honestly disturbed me on a visceral level as a kid. Seeing the previous game's protagonist die in such a brutal and horrific way. Dmitri deserved a dignified death. Reznov deserved to be welcomed back to his motherland,
Very much
but
the case.
instead rots away in Vorkuta. That was until he sacrificed his life for revenge on those who did this to him. After that Vorkuta mission, Reznov becomes nothing more than a vengeful ghost haunting Mason, tormenting him until he carried out his vendetta.
Dragovich, Kravchenko, Stein. These men must die.
A vendetta Reznov adopted Mason into. Very similar to how he did with Dmitri, baptized in the coals of vengeance to become his killing machine.
But he told me what they did. What kind of men they were. Why they all must die.
That's some gothic horror shit right there. It's honestly a really cool play on the vengeful spirit trope, giving it a more literal angle with the MK Ultra-esque brainwashing that is causing Mason to hallucinate Reznov.
Mason, no! Step 8, Reznov. Freedom! For you, Mason! Not for me!
Dear Lord.
Hey, but if themes and tropes, imagery, and sound design isn't enough to sell you in the idea that Black Ops uses a lot of horror, at one point it even mechanically flirts with being a horror game in the mission you go into the Viet Cong tunnels. It's literally a textbook haunted house style horror level. But instead of skeletons popping out at you and going, it's a Viet Cong waiting for the opportunity to slit your throat. World at War and Black Ops are both haunting in their own ways. But at the same time, there was always a disconnect for me because they were set in the past. Mind you, that didn't make them any less scary for me as a kid. It kind of made them a little more scary at times.
You had to bring up to it more to what you'd be used to.
It was like I was watching an old haunted horror movie, or the really bad acid trip of America's most sane CIA agent. The Ranger missions in Modern Warfare 2 changed that for all my fellow young Americans who played these games as kids.
I'm looking at fighter jets over I-95! How the hell did they get through?
Russia invades America in this game, and I don't remember what the lore justification was for Putin deciding to invade the suburbs of Nova, but it definitely messed with me as a kid. I remember when playing through these missions, seeing Russian it definitely lore justification was for Putin deciding to invade the suburbs of
Russian paratrooper crash that Christians
of Nova, but it definitely messed with me as a kid. I remember when playing through these missions, seeing Russian paratroopers coming down in the hundreds with an orange apocalyptic sky as a backdrop, how they would use people's homes as crow's nests, raiding through their fridges, killing anyone they found. It gave that feeling that you could be in the middle of this right now, in your little cargo shorts with some bullies in each hand, trying to watch SpongeBob and shit.
Like, turn the TV on! Turn the TV on! They hit the Burger King! They hit the fucking Burger King!
Turn on the TV, it
Doesn't matter which channel.
That cold open with that dreaded EAS tone for the mission of their own accord is pure Kino. Der Toten. These missions lean heavily on analog horror. Not the lazy, shitty kind that has been popularized by certain creators who like to infantilize the genre, but closer to that classic Dawn of the Dead type analog horror. There's been some videos covering the horror and the radio transmissions from different squads throughout DC trying to evacuate civilians. I don't want to spend too much time going over every detail of these. I highly recommend you watch the deep dive videos people have already done on them. But I want to share this one example that really stuck with me.
Your target is a column of 6 enemy T-72s moving from east to west along that road. The convention center is about halfway between our OP and the oval track. Be advised, major civvies are packed into that convention center, awaiting evac. War Horse has contact on all. We are passing IP Cadillac, rolling into heading 090. Roger that, bring her in. War Horse off safe, guns, guns, guns. Apex inbound. Brake right, brake right. Ejecting. I can't see it, I can't see it. Overlord, this is Stalker 2. War Horse 5-1, flight of 2 A-10s is down. I see only one shoot deploying. BDA is 80/15. Convention center is taking heat rounds from T-72s. It doesn't look good from where we are. How copy, over? Stalker 2, this is Overlord. Solid copy on all. We do not have any other close air support in the area at this time. Displaced to a more secure location south of K Street and await further instructions. Out.
VVAC site left for dead. Oh boy.
These details in the background might seem insignificant on their own, but they completely sell the atmosphere that the US is falling. The enemies are in the castle walls. The boats have all been burned. Nobody is coming to save you. Rome is burning.
Until you have to do it yourself.
At the end of the day, games are basically smoke and mirrors, like an amusement park dark ride. This shit isn't actually happening. These civilians don't exist. They aren't even rendered. The walls are made out of cardboard. But the magic in game design is to sell the illusion that it's there, to make the created world feel much deeper than it really is. And by God, do these small details sell it. Does anybody else just stop and take it all in during some of these missions? Especially at this little pathway? I don't know, man. There's something about the beauty of Virginia suburbs with the backdrop of America burning that makes me feel compelled to sit a while and smell the ashes. These missions have an atmosphere on par with World at War. I love how through each mission, the situation just keeps getting worse and worse. The skyboxes in these missions sell the atmosphere more than people realize. I love skyboxes, both in games and in real life. They can radically change the atmosphere, especially when they change throughout the course of a story. Bloodborne is a great example. And these ranger missions do something very similar. As the situation gets more dire, the orange hue of the sky grows darker from the fires engulfing the capital. These ranger missions start off at 5:45 p.m. and end at around 7:30 p.m. And these missions were literally and metaphorically seeing the sunsetting of America. The world as you know it is ending. It's apocalyptic. Feels like it possibly can't get any worse. That is until the coming of the second sun.
This is the mission that really fucks you a
Shit is
bit.
bad when the fall of your country starts resembling Armageddon. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love when stories continue to escalate and escalate. Wind the string and tension tighter and tighter. And just when you think it can't get any worse, they throw a giant comically sized wrench at the situation. But what separates a good and bad execution of this storytelling device is whether we actually feel the consequences of the wrench. In this mission, we certainly do. Shit's falling out of the sky. All hell breaks loose in the streets of a barely breathing Washington, D.C. And then, silence.
Oh man, it's quiet. Is your red dot working? Mine's out. Mine's down too. Isn't weird, bro.
Your reticles aren't working anymore. Comms are down. You can't tell friend from foe at first glance. You are in the dark, both figuratively and literally.
It's very quiet. Too quiet, as one would say.
Pure Kino, bro. This is how you do it. World at War is like the haunted song of a long dead ghost. These moments in Modern Warfare 2 are horrors knocking on our front door. That is until it goes back to being an action thriller blockbuster. Which is fine, fine. These action blockbuster parts in the campaign are iconic and very cool, but they do feel like separate visions in some ways. These Ranger missions feel a lot like the ethos of World at War, while these other missions in the same game do not.
No.
They feel closer to what Call of Duty would later be mocked for. And, you know, it worked back then, because the game had a balance. But the ethos of World at War completely started to disappear at a certain point, and horror became a distant memory in the franchise's past. I had hoped the series would reconnect with some of its horror when I saw the Clean House mission from Modern Warfare, the reboot, I think. But back to Clean House. That mission was great, firmly planted in the horrors of war category that I mentioned earlier, but they pretty much peaked there and it's been nothing but downhill since.
Pretty
I
much.
saw in Black Ops 6 they tried going back to horror, but honestly guys, this is what I would expect an AI to come up with if I prompted it to make Call of Duty into a horror game. This is a very generic presentation and understanding of horror. Like, this is how the Frontier mod for Fallout New Vegas thought good horror was. Let me know if any of you get that reference. You can do so much with the source material of war. Look at Warfare, the 2025 movie by Alex Garland, soon to be Elden Ring guy. Imagine a mission with the pacing and the horror of what happens in this movie. Not to spoil anything, but man, that would feel like a return to that World at War Black Ops soul. Or even something like 1917. This movie is a perfect example of what kinds of stories games are really good at telling with the source material. This movie has a very video gamey plot by virtue of its single-take approach. People call it a gimmick, but to me, a gimmick is inherently surface level, only doing it for the sake of doing it. I don't think that's the case in this movie. The one-take gimmick shapes the plot, pacing, and horror the movie shows. It puts you in the shoes of the characters more than a conventional movie would. It's incredibly immersive, the one thing games specialize so well at. There's only one real cut in the movie, but it's done in such an immersive way that it justifies breaking the one-shot presentation. And everything that comes after this part of the movie, not to spoil anything, is one of my favorite sequences in fictional war media. If we had a COD game depicting World War I that's anywhere close to the second half of this movie, I would be content. I think COD needs another grunt perspective game, where you're just another infantryman on a battlefield. Most or all of them involve playing as a special operator, but like in 1917, you can present so much of the horrors of war from the grunt perspective. Obviously, there's a place for both.
Don't you even think of wrapping up this video?
So yeah, how exactly did we go from this to this?
Yeah. There we go.
This shit looks like something I'd put on for my nephew so he falls into a comatose state and I can sleep in peace. World at War and Black Ops Zombies had aura, man.
Jeez, they're all over the place! Come on, give them hell! Take their heads off!
Jesus, right behind you!
These classic maps were so versatile, because with friends, the aura was simply badass. Running around with your homies leading trains to the sound of 115, but when you played by yourself, it was a different story. Especially the World at War maps. Knocked is legitimately a proper horror level when you play it by yourself. Now I'm sure all of you remember that moment the campaign ends with an ominous tone and sends your ass straight to that subversive zombies title card. But this little shit-panting moment captures the soul of early zombies.
Right.
Campy, yeah, but subversively creepy. If you look at this map, like many of us did as kids, with a fresh set of eyes, you'll notice the little details that separates this map from the rest. In typical World at War fashion, the sound department was on a sick one.
That is genuinely terrifying.
I don't think there's another zombie map with a soundscape as creepy as Knocked. Verrückt is the only one that I think can match it. Even the noises the zombies make are completely unique to this map, and honestly less obnoxious than the later zombie effects they would use. This map is essentially if Night of the Living Dead was made in 1945 and was set in the aftermath of Germany's defeat. That movie is campy by today's standard, but during its time it was shocking and horrifying. I think that's exactly the experience the World at War devs wanted to replicate with Knocked. I don't think it's a coincidence that the first 3 zombie maps are largely considered to be the scariest. I think Dare Rise is where zombies really started leaning into that campy science fiction angle the series would later be full of. I personally don't really find any of the Black Ops zombie maps to be very scary for this exact reason. Although, maybe I'm in the minority on this. If you do and find these maps scary, let me know in the comments. I'd like to hear your perspective.
There's my mind, killed it, tilted. Yep.
Zombies didn't inspire me to make this video, but I figure I'd better mention it before a bunch of you start screaming in the comments and my poor lamb friend here has to deal with it.
Thank you.
No problem, buddy. And thank you, dear viewer, for watching.
I appreciate the video.
Catch you later.
Well, I think we'll call it a night after that. I'm fairly just... That was quite a long one. Alright, we're gonna raid into someone, whoever's up and at him. Go vtuber. Let's see. Meet's up. We'll go to Meet. She's a cool girl. Alright, see you guys.